and I hope that everyone is well. Hope everyone's having a good day. Welcome to this NXT stream. We have got a interesting show tonight because, of course, we are coming out of Stand and Deliver. I am just in the process as well of uploading Unseen. It's taken ages today. I honestly like to actually get it recorded, edited, uploaded. It just takes so long. I don't know why, but it's been faffing around all during the members stream. So we just did a members stream, but I was a little distracted because this Unseen is in the process of uploading. It took flipping ages to do. But whatever. It's a good one. I mean, there's a lot that's happened, obviously, today. There's the announcements of the Wrestlemania matches. There is a nasty injuries to Liv and Roxanne. There's more on the CM Punk promo. There's Io Asuka situation. That looks like it's going to be added, but it might not get added because of Nikki Bella. There's just so much stuff that's happened and gone down today. So it's a very, very busy day today. But we can talk about that. We can talk about Raw. We can talk about Smackdown. We can talk about NXT. I mean, the whole wrestling world's on fire. We can talk about any of those things. But what I want to do is I want to close that down. And I want to jump over to the preview. Let's get this up on screen. No. Yes. Boom. Okay. New NXT Women's Champion Lola Vice speaks. I mean, that's big. She's going to be speaking. I don't think she's ever spoke before. So there we go. We're going to be hearing from the new Champione. Men's Speed Championship tournament begins. So obviously Elio Lafleur is injured. So we're going to be getting a new Speed Championship tournament underway to crown a new champ. Sol Ruca takes on Izzy Dane. I wonder if Zarya is going to get involved in that. She likely will. But for me personally, I really don't need that feud to continue. That was maybe a little bit of a down from Stand and Deliver. The fact that Sol Ruca got the win, that suggests that she's maybe not going to the main roster yet. And it also suggests that she's sticking around NXT for a little bit. And it also suggests that the feud with Zarya is not done. So, yeah. But Zarya could still attack here. And as we said, you know, that feud continue. Keanu, Carver, Jasper, Troy, Josh Briggs battling in a triple threat match. So Keanu, Carver, Jasper, Troy, Josh Briggs, three of the bigger guys. It's a meat match. Meats is going to be colliding with each other in this match. Triple threats. Should be really good, actually. Should be really good. Not down on that. So, yeah, we're coming out of Stand and Deliver. A Stand and Deliver that I think really delivered. I mean, cage match. I know people don't care about cage match, but again, it gives us a starting point. It gives us a reference. It gives us an idea, a taste. Cage match is currently looking at an 8.4 for Stand and Deliver, which I think is high. I mean, there's no way that show was 10 out of 10, right? So, you know, you've got these people saying it was an absolutely perfect show. I mean, it was not a perfect show. But I mean, I don't even think that main event was like, I mean, it is crazy, isn't it? I mean, you've got like 7.6, 7.0 out of 10, 7.4, 7.9, 7.7, and then people go, it's 10 out of 10. It couldn't have been any better. It's like, what world are you living in where these matches are all getting 7 point whatevers out of 10? And the final score is, well, that was perfect. That couldn't have been any better if it tried. This is why people find cage match annoying, and I do understand. So, yes, 8.4, that seems high to me, but it gives you an idea as to how it's been received. There's 138 comments, and, yeah, people really, really enjoyed it. So, we've got the fallout of this tonight, basically. The fallout of this. Some of you might want to know how Raw did. That's the current Raw score. It's only got 38 votes, though. But that's the current Raw score. Match quality-wise, I mean, look at that. 5.2, 4.7, 6.7 for that six-man tag, which was fun, to be honest. 6.7, it was easily the best match of the night. Rio against B-Fab and Michin, 3.7. Not good at all. Apparently Royce Keys was the dark match against Brutus Creed. So Royce Keys was the dark match. That's scoring a 5.6. If we just have a look, see how our old friend last week Smackdown is doing. Still not doing well. It's gone up to 200. Isn't that amazing? 227 people have left comments or votes. And it still can't get to 1 out of 10. It is amazing, actually. It still can't reach 1 out of 10. It's at 0.8. Look at this. Just look at this. Just people just absolutely. Ugh. Okay, this comment, what's this say? We got to read this. There's nothing really special in my life. Oh, we are the pros, right? There's nothing really special in my life. There's not a lot of things I can say that I've done in my life. But I can say that I attended the worst Smackdown in the company's history at the Enterprise Center in St. Louis. So there we go. That was someone that was actually in the crowd. I haven't done anything really special in my life, but I can say I was at the worst ever Smackdown. Wow. That's well, I mean, look, you got to make lemonade out of lemons, haven't you, sometimes? So that's where we are with that. So yeah, it should be fun tonight. Looking forward to seeing what NXT has got in store for us. It's Unseen still going to take 15 minutes to upload. I recorded this Unseen about an hour and a half ago now, and it's still not uploaded. Oh, there's one thing I do need to do before we get stuck into the conversations. I need your feedback on Wrestle feuds, because there is a Wrestle feud this week. There's going to be a Wrestle feud every week now. I'm making it a weekly thing because so many people want to play that I am doing it as a weekly thing. So I'm sure you've seen it before. It's just a little quiz thing. Wrestle feuds. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. So leave your feedback. No, that's not right. That's not right at all. Let's delete this. Bang, bang, bang. We want to go there. Yes. And we want to do this. Yes. And we want to do that. Hopefully that should take you to it. It's just a questionnaire that's got 4 questions. And the 4 questions are, what are the 3 best WrestleManias in a row? We had this conversation on stream the other week, and it's made the questionnaire. So is it like 10, 11, 12? Is it 38, 39, 40? Is it 24, 25, 26? Is it 17, 18, 19? Is it 1, 2, 3? Is it 5, 6, 7? Like, what's the best 3 run WrestleMania in the row, right? So that's question number 1. We were having a good chat about that. What is the best 3 WrestleManias in a row? It came out of the fact we were wondering if, like, the best had actually been recently or not, and that's where that came from. What match should have been at WrestleMania but never was? That was from 107 Carnage. What match should have been at WrestleMania but never was? What current wrestler do you wish had featured in the Attitude Era? That's from Shining Wizards. What current wrestler do you wish had featured in the Attitude Era? And then the last one, who should retire Rey Mysterio? Who should retire Rey Mysterio? So those are the questions. Those are the questions. We've done a few who should retire this person, that person. I don't think we've ever done Rey before, though. So who should retire Rey? What current wrestler do you wish had featured in the Attitude Era? What match should have been at WrestleMania but never was? And what's the best 3-run WrestleMania? Or what's the best WrestleMania 3-run? I don't know quite how you word that. But there we go. That's Wrestle Feuds. Get your responses in for that. Okay. Let's go up here and pin. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Connor said Daze, Drew, Jacob, and also 6-man tag will take place in the first hour of night 1. Available to watch on ESPN. Yeah, they announced all the matches today, didn't they? They announced all the matches. So we can have a look at that, actually. I do that in Unseen, but I don't know if Unseen's ever going to flip in unload, if it's going to actually upload. If we go over here, boom. So here we have got, this is the Saturday. So these are the matches that are going to be on ESPN2. We kind of had a chat about this on Wrestling Escape Pods, and I was saying, I think there's a good chance there'll be multi-person matches that make it, because they're not the most exciting of the matches from a storyline point of view. You know, it's not like, you know, Seth and Gunther has obviously got something quite interesting about it. Gunther is working with Heyman. Is there a favor that's going to need to be paid back? Seth, obviously a massive star, trying to take down the Vision. That should have been Seth against Braun, but we've had to go down a different road because of injuries, blah, 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 blah. By comparison, this is, you know, the Vision that just feel a bit lost because of the injuries. Speed, a celebrity being shoved in because, you know, let's do that now. Uso's just a bit lost, really. LA Knight should be in somewhat better, shouldn't he? I think we can all agree. LA Knight just being shoved. This honestly feels a bit pre-show to me. This feels like it could sit on the countdown show. But so we've got that there in the first hour, but they've put something real juicy with it, and they've put with it Drew McIntyre, Jacob Fatu. Like, that's juicy. So they're giving you just a bit of a pre-show teaser thing, and then boom, we've got that. This card looks okay. I am surprised, actually, they didn't potentially swap those two, because as much as I'm not really bothered by this match, I'm probably less bothered by this one, because it's just, you know, this is what that women's tag division is built to. Just some fatal 4-way. It's just a way of getting a load of women on the card. That's how it feels. So, yeah, I don't know. Not crazy about this match. Don't really care about this match. That looks awesome. That's a rematch, which I like AJ Lee. She deserves this moment. Singles match at WrestleMania. Becky's matches always deliver. Fine. Yeah. We've seen it before, though, obviously. I am surprised there's no stipulation on that. We know injury kind of affected that, but that could be the match of the weekend when it comes to the quality of the actual action. I mean, we know how good Gunther is. We know how good Seth is. Beautiful. Stephanie and Liv obviously has got a bit more heat now with the injury to Liv and the bump on her head, you know. And then, well, that's just ruined, isn't it? That was the match I was like really hyped for, and now honestly, if it doesn't happen, I wouldn't give a flip. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matches there. If we go over to this, obviously different poster scheme, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 matches. So if Io Asuka is getting added, it's getting added here. So look at that. They have put that on the first hour. So again, multi-person match. This one, though, stronger than the Saturday. I care about this a lot more than I do that Vision tag team match, right? So that is great to be on the first hour. That is mind-blowing. I mean, I think they are using this first hour really well here because obviously this is WrestleMania. We all watch it normally, but it's also going to be shown on ESPN as well for that first hour. I mean, Brock Lesnar, a massive star. What an amazing way of getting more eyes onto Oba. It's very clever to actually put this match there because a lot of people would say this should be the main event of night one, and I totally hear that. But from a trying to get eyes on Oba point of view, actually putting it in this first hour makes a lot of sense because that way people are going to tune in and they're going to see Brock Lesnar, who they've heard of, taking on who's this guy, and you know this is going to be fireworks. It's going to be so much fun. This is going to take Oba to the moon, man. It's going to take him to the moon. He doesn't even need Artemis to. He's just going to go there himself. So I don't mind the fact. I would have been fine if that had closed night one because my Cody, Randy kind of enthusiasm has obviously been dampened. So if that had been took out, that had replaced it, I would have been fine with it as well. But if it's not going to be either of those main events, putting it in this first hour, it does make sense to me. We got the Demon against Dom. Rhea's match against Jade's. Io Asuka will go on to this, and that would be great. Io Asuka, I mean, that could be the match. I mean, I would love for that to be like a 4.5-star banger. I think Asuka deserves to have that on her resume, and Io can deliver that right now. The chemistry of those two should be great. I mean, that could also be a bit of a sleeper. It's just we don't really get Asuka in high-profile singles matches so much anymore. So that one might be going under the radar a touch. Everyone knows I like Sammy. I'm not a fan of him being the champ, but I still like him. Taking on Trick Williams. Those two going up against each other. That is the match that works for me. And then Roman Punk. I mean, after Punk's promo, I'm Team Punk. I'm on Punk's team. I'll be rooting for Punk. I don't mind if Roman wins. I don't really have a dog in the fight, but I did love his promo, what he cut the other day. I like them both. I mean, really, it doesn't matter which way it goes. But if I've got to pick a side, I'll pick Punk. So yeah, that's how the two cards have shaped out, and I think they're pretty even. I would say, if I could only have one ticket, I'm going to the Sunday. I'm going to the Sunday because, as I said, that's kind of been ruined for me. Don't really care about those two matches. Would I rather watch that or Brock Oba? I'd rather watch Brock Oba. That does make me think, oh, I do want to see this. That is good. I feel like I've seen that already. That's good as well, actually. Those two, that's got a bit of spice to it following yesterday. So those are the two matches that really make me want to watch this. But on here, it's that in it. And that's going to bang. And I like that match. And, that for me is now the better main event. So, yeah, those are just a few quick thoughts on the match cards. So that is out there now. Jared, hello. Let's go with... Oh, we've got a rant. Big Migs said, did you see JD's head grew on Liv's forehead? It's huge. I did. Nasty injury. Word came out late last night after many of you had gone to bed. And after we'd done the breakdown, opinions and all of that, word came out that they were both in concussion protocol. So, like Liv and Roxanne. So, I mean, you could see they'd hit quite hard into each other. Didn't realize they'd smashed heads into each other. So, yeah, it's one of those where they obviously now go into concussion protocol. Nasty looking head wounds. Don't think it's going to affect. Thankfully, this was not the go home show. Could you imagine if this was like the go home? Thankfully, there's like still time. So not hearing that the match is going to be cancelled or anything like that. Silver Horse, shout out to you, Silver Horse 5. Jared said, sorry Daze, but it's time for a rant away. I've done loads of it myself, so rant away. Are WWE kidding me right now? Speed, Pat, make WrestleMania before Julia and Tiffany. The weeks to WrestleMania are too long. As you said, it's just filler. It's extremely frustrating. Yeah, I understand. I mean, there's plenty to rant about with WWE, and God knows we've done enough of it. So, yeah, I totally understand. I totally understand why people are feeling that frustration. So, yeah, there's not really much I can add. I mean, yeah, Speeds, Pat, they are on the card. I mean, Pat is not wrestling, but you know, he's involved, and that's bad enough. Speed, obviously, in a match. I don't mind the way that they've kind of gone about booking Speed, with him reluctantly being in a match, or at least being presented that way, of course. But, well, you know my stance on it. Doesn't really matter how they book it. I just don't really want celebrities in matches. I think the story with, you know, trying to save the business and whatnot is not a bad story. I just think that some of the elements to that story were rubbish. And I think that, like, some of the way that the fact he was going off on 5'5" guys. I mean, he's actually, I think, walked back from that, Pat, because he hasn't mentioned that since. I think that there was some stuff that he said that I think he would take back, actually. That I think he would, in retrospect, have not have said on SmackDown. Because he's got his own show, his own platform. He's got an ability to kind of double down on what he said. And there's certain comments he made on SmackDown, Pat, that he has not repeated on his show. Because I've been listening out to see if he'll talk about the 5'5" guys again. The only thing he said was about... he said was about how it should be 6'4" guys in the main event. I need to find that exact comment. But he was talking about how, you know, Randy is... Oh, it's a story that sucks, honestly. I think saving the business... Ticket sales are slow and all that stuff, and the business needs saving from Cody. There's something there. The problem is, if you start going into detail and starting to go, well, it's the reason the business is suffering is because of this and because of this. Like, you're starting to, like, specifically bury parts of the company, and that doesn't help at all, does it? That doesn't help. As I said the other day, if he's going to have a go at 5'5" guys, how will we get rid of them if Randy is champion? Like, we can't. So that says to me that Pat has got a problem with 5'5" guys wrestling. Well, that problem's not going to go away, is it? I mean, if he's been watching them and he hasn't been impressed by what he's been seeing so far, he ain't going to be impressed in the future either. But Randy being champion is not going to remove them from the company. The point I'm making is, if this was a story that just said business is down and Cody, it's your fault, I could understand that story. But where you want to go further into specifics and start naming 5'5" guys wrestling as being a problem, that's where you're losing me, because you're just going off on people that have actually been the best part of the show in many occasions, like Carmelo. And when that's never going to change. Even if you get your way of Randy being champion, we're not getting rid of the 5'5" guys. I mean, not that they are 5'5", but you get the point. I don't know how tall Carmelo is. I feel like it was Carmelo he was talking about specifically. Because he was talking about watching Iron Man matches for like 10 weeks in a row. So what have we been doing recently that's had smaller guys compete in 10 weeks in a row? We just haven't. The only thing I can think is the Carmelo Open Challenge. That's the only thing that I can think. So Carmelo is 1.78 meters. So what's that in feet? 1.78 meters. 1.78 meters is 5'10". This is mental. there's no point getting upset about it again. There's just no point. There's just no point. Or the only thing I'm going to tell you, right? Pat was going off on 5'5" guys, saying this isn't what wrestling is meant to look like. He also said the IWC are stupids. They don't know what wrestling is meant to look like. In Pat's mind, in this story, wrestling is meant to look a certain way, right? So he was using Carmelo Hayes, I believe it was Carmelo, as an example of what wrestling shouldn't be. It shouldn't be Carmelo, right? Because he was saying we have to watch 10 weeks in a row some Iron Man type matches. I mean, no one knows what he's actually on about there because we haven't been doing Iron Man matches. I can only think he's talking about Carmelo Hayes, who's been doing open challenges, right? And I've just looked, and Carmelo Hayes is 5'10", right? Which is under 6 foot. But do you know Bruno Sammartino was 5'10"? And Bruno Sammartino was the WWE champion back in the 60s, 70s, for a combined 11 years. And here's Pat talking about how wrestling should be. Well, you're talking about someone that was the WWE champion for 11 years in the 60s and the 70s, and he was 5'10". Bruno Sammartino was 5'10". Apparently that's the same height as Carmelo Hayes. None of this stands up under scrutiny, right? It was so bad. This is so rubbish. It's really rubbish. All of this is really rubbish. So you rant away, my friends. You rant away. I don't know what else anyone can say, to be honest, on this topic. The only thing that can be said is they are desperately trying to tease that this story has got layers. And it's going to, I mean, maybe it does have layers, and maybe it is going to go somewhere interesting. But whilst Pat's involved, I'm not interested. And it doesn't change the fact that what went down on Friday is one of the worst segments I've ever seen. Nothing will change that. Pat being revealed to be the person that was on the phone sucked. Nothing will change that. The stuff that he was saying was nonsense, some of which even he has moved away from now and is seemingly not repeating on his show, because I would imagine there's a few people that had some words with him backstage being like, why have you just buried a load of the talent, right? Why have you just buried 5'5" guys? Like, what's this about? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, there is a report that he went a bit off script and started to just like ad-lib a little bit. Perhaps he did. I mean, I struggle to believe that he did but perhaps he did because of his inexperience. I mean, perhaps he was in there and he blanked. Perhaps he was in there and he ad-libbed, he kind of added to the material. He wasn't trying to cause problems for Triple H or upset people. Because I think he is a wrestling fan, and his relationship with Triple H, I think, is really good. So I don't think he's trying to, sabotage Triple H or anything. This is why I've struggled with the idea that he went off script. But perhaps he did because he was ad-libbing, Perhaps he did because he was ad-libbing. Perhaps he did because of the fact that he was... forgetting his lines a little bit. I don't know. There's so much to kind of dig into, and it's just going to set me off again. Steve Daze, respectfully, I think you're being a bit hypocritical. You was quick to stop watching AEW because of the bad, but you didn't want to moan. Smackdown is bad, if not worse, and you're willing to moan. Well, I mean, there's a big difference there, isn't there, Hasib? And surely you know, and you can see that difference. I mean, it's not about being a hypocrite at all. I mean, WWE is the brand that I watched when I was a kid. It's the brand that I've watched since the early 90s. This is the brand that I am most engaged with and interested in. My relationship with WWE is completely different to my relationship with AEW. I mean, the only way that you'd be a hypocrite would be if you kind of watched all wrestling and tried to treat all wrestling exactly the same, and you didn't have a favorite and all that kind of stuff. Like, WWE is the brand I love. WWE is the brand that this whole channel is built on. And actually, when this channel started, AEW didn't even exist. This channel started in 2016 and there wasn't AEW. So it's not about being a hypocrite. AEW was a new promotion that came along that had some ex-WWE talent involved. Even if it hadn't, we would have given it a watch because, you know, there was a buzz around it. It was a billionaire that was starting up his own promotion in 2019. So we tuned in, we watched it, and I wasn't impressed. I had no nostalgia for it because it was a brand new company. I had no goodwill towards it because I have no relationship with Tony Khan or AEW or anything like that. Like, my relationship with WWE has been built up over decades from being taken to those shows as a little kid and, you know, staying up late at night to watch Wrestlemanias. And, you know, it's kind of watching it with my friends and my family, my cousins, going to pubs late at night in my later years to watch things like WrestleMania 30. I mean, think of all those moments and memories. I don't have any of that with AEW. So if I'm going to check out a promotion because it's just started up and I'm going to see kind of what they are doing, and then what I see is just really underwhelming, I ain't sticking around. I have no need to stick around. It was additional. It was an extra in my life that I didn't need, didn't work for me, done. I go back to WWE, I watch WWE, and yeah, it sucks. I mean, it sucks right now. And, you know, we are moaning about it. But as we said yesterday, because of that deep connection that we have, because of all those moments in the past, like, we can't walk away from it. We know that it will get better. We've kind of suffered through things like 2019. We've suffered through things like 1995. Like, you kind of know that you go through these periods that suck, and then you come through and out the other side. So I know that it will get better. I can't tell you when. There is a concern right now because it seems like Ari Emanuel put or wanted Pat involved, and I don't feel like I'm getting the full story on any of this. I feel like we're having to piece pieces together to try and figure out the story, but there's lots of it that still don't make sense to me. I mean, for example, Ari wanted Pat to be involved to try and help boost tickets. But surely Ari doesn't know what stories we're doing. I don't think Ari knows because he has to look after UFC as well. And he looks after the bull riding. And they brought something else into their portfolio. So, I mean, I don't think that he knows all the forthcoming stories that are going to be happening in WWE. I find it hard to believe he picked up the phone and said, I want that mystery caller to be Pat. I find that I just don't think that's true. I think he might have picked up the phone and said, I want Pat to be involved. You know, Pat is working for ESPN. It's going to help our relationship with ESPN. I like Pat anyway. I want to try and promote him anyway, like get him into a major angle. I mean, did TKO call up Triple H and say that, and then Triple H put Pat into that story? I don't know. I don't feel like we're getting all of the information, the full picture. What I do know is clearly Ari has got involved to some degree, and clearly Pat has been shoehorned into something he shouldn't have been shoehorned into. And today we're finding out there is frustration backstage from wrestlers about this situation. So, you know, the picture is kind of ever emerging. But yeah, we've just got to ride through this period. I just hope that that anger that people feel, that frustration that people feel, I just hope that with time it doesn't sort of die down. I hope people don't just sort of, you know, I hope that anger doesn't subside and people then just start accepting this, you know. And I just live in a bit of a fear that that's where we're going to end up, you know. So, because, I mean, this could be the start of, like, TKO starting to get involved and shoehorning celebrities into feuds. And it's just like with the ring mat, you know. I feel like that was another example. When they put a logo in the middle of the ring, we were angry, and then the anger kind of died down, and then before you know it, the ring's covered in sponsors. And my concern is that we might be looking at something similar here, where TKO get involved, say we want Pat to be involved in this big angle. Everyone's upset about it this time. That anger will die down, and then it all goes out of control, and TKO are shoving celebrities everywhere, and do you know what I mean? It like changes the wrestling that we know because there's an acceptance from the fan base, and that's what's happened with the ring sponsors. You know, that's exactly what happened there. We were angry at first about the Prime Bottle. There was a big hoo-ha online. Then, like, you know, it died down. And then, you know, all of a sudden, not only were those sponsorships going colour, but there was more of them, and the turnbuckle pads were being taken over. And now that's plastered, you know. So this could be a similar situation. So I'll be very interested to see kind of what they do on Friday, what the online reaction is on Friday. We'll have to see how this continues to play out. But it's not hypocrisy. You know, my relationship with WWE is completely different to my relationship with AEW. That'd be like saying if you support a football team, you're a hypocrite for not supporting another football team. Like, you support Manchester United, but you don't support Aston Villa. It's like, well, no, that's... I have a connection to Manchester United. I don't care about Aston Villa. I have a connection to WWE. I don't care about AEW. They only came along 7 years ago. If we're going to have another rant, I'm out, said Shining Wizards. You're being enjoyable. I'll see you when NXT comes on. Well, listen, we go where the conversation goes. And, you know, there's obviously a lot of ranting at the moment because there's a lot to rant about. So, yeah, it's one of those. I mean, if you need to step away, step away. Daze, I was lucky and I got to go solo. I know what it takes. DarkState look like jobbers. Okay. We can't have jobbers and birthrights. Well, Dion is looking like he might break out of that group, isn't he? Dion might be breaking away. There seems to be a bit of tension that was teased at the weekend. So we'll have to see if any of that shows itself tonight. Daze sent him a text. William, I haven't had a chance to look at DMs. I've been trying to do unseens and upload unseens. So that's in the process. Oh, it's up. Good. That's in the process of uploading. Dion and Saquon are going to emerge from that group, says Mayor Pete's. Verkehrhausen, hello. Hope you're well. Mr. Dell Jr. said, Daze, what do we think is the better anniversary? 10, 20, 30, or 40? That's a good question. I think 20 for me was the worst one of those. I think it's quite close between that and 10. I like 10 though, because 10 has got Brett and Owen, which is an amazing match, just a normal match that's amazing. But then also it's got the ladder match, which is, you know, historic. So I think the main event of Brett and Yoko is a bit flat. There's quite a bit on that show actually that's throwaway. Yeah, I think as a spectacle, WrestleMania 10 sort of fails, but it's got a couple of absolute bangers, undeniable bangers on it. So I think 10 probably just pips 20, because I don't think 20 is I think 20 is a better spectacle. Feels bigger. I think actually it's better with the staging, which hurts to say because I love that little entranceway for 10. That's kind of iconic, them coming out at Madison Square Garden down that entranceway. But I feel, for me personally, I feel like there's some nice moments, you know, that go down at 20. But yeah, I mean, perhaps like, you know, the Benoit tragedy kind of hangs over it a little bit. I mean, obviously Benoit and Eddie celebrating together has not aged well. So perhaps that also kind of hangs over a touch. So I think because of the ladder match and because of Bret Owen, 10 pips 20 for me. But really, I've got such a connection with 30 and 40 because I think genuinely the way they booked Cody finishing his story is one of the best WrestleMania moments of all time, like Avengers and all of that. I mean, it is close to perfect with the way that, like, that moment where The Undertaker appears is just mental. So that was very special. But that WrestleMania itself was really strong. I mean, it's not only the way that it ends, just the WrestleMania itself has got some really great action, really great matches. It's kind of part of like a good run of WrestleManias. So I feel like 40 might be the best of them. 30 is great. I mean, the Daniel Bryan movement was so special for 30 because 30 is obviously where he gets that done. And he has to beat Triple H. That's a great match. And then go into the main event. That's where the streak ends. So 30 has got one of the most shocking moments of all time. I think Daniel Bryan Triple H is a really great match. I don't think it gets to the level of like WrestleMania 10 though. But I do think the main event is a lot better. And I think that moment with Daniel Bryan getting the title, that was the culmination of such a big story. That it just feels, I think, like it pips 10 for me. That's hard, though, because, I mean, 10 obviously has got those two great matches. I think there's a lot of bad stuff on 10, though. I don't think there's as bad on 30. So, end of the streak, Daniel Bryan, I'll put that in second place. But I think number one would be 40. It's 2 days. They're 2 good days, really good days with loads of great action. And yeah, I mean, even the flipping match on the main event of night 1, which was that tag match, even that was, fantastic. Even that got a lot of praise with The Rock and Roman against Seth and the start of night 2 as well with Seth coming down, taking on Drew, the cash in and all of those shenanigans. It was good. I'll go 40 at 1. Days I added to the collection, so that's a positive. I can't wait for everyone to see the custom piece that I got. Bones, hope you well, buds. Yeah, I thought your hammer was good. Thought your hammer was that you had that. We did put that community video out the other day, so there is a new community video that's out there. Equation says 9,950 per person to be on that Cody bus has sold out. WWE are having problems with selling tickets. Maybe WrestleMania 42. It's more exciting than the match card, don't you think? Maybe the WrestleMania 42 weekend is more exciting than the match cards. I don't know what we mean quite by that. I mean, they do a good job of kind of stacking WrestleMania weekends. I mean, obviously WWE World is a big driver of that, and then there is they're doing that Kill Tony thing. I think there's a club night thing they're doing as well. It does feel like you can pretty much all day, every day have something to do, somewhere to go. Obviously the massive Superstore is there as well. No NXT this year, but there will undoubtedly be matches, NXT talent that feature at WWE World, because they tend to have a ring in there and have matches and whatnot in there. So there's a lot to do. I think there's a multitude of reasons as to why those tickets are down. I do think creative has played a part, because we can't sit here and criticize creative as much as what we do, and then end up in a situation where we a surprise that ticket sales are slow. So I do think creative plays a part. But I think also you've got to look at the tourism to America. You've got to look at the ticket prices, which is a real driver. I mean, look at what's happening with oil at the moment and petrol. I mean, that is eating away at people's disposable income. Like, we can't just pretend that these things aren't happening. TKO want to. So yeah, it's TKO want to. TKO want to pretend that these things aren't happening, but that is where we are. You know, we're in a situation where people are being squeezed. So that's obviously playing a part as well. I do wonder about the World Cup as well. I mean, the World Cup is in America, and obviously there's a big push to get people to buy tickets for that. So the World Cup only happens every 4 years. It's going on in America. And, you know, like, that's a real... we've done it in Qatar and Russia and places like this where people are probably not that eager to go. America is obviously a very appealing place to go. It's English speaking, easy to get around, great foods, loads of places to stay, loads of places to visit. So I do also find myself wondering if for Europeans, especially where football is like a religion, you know, are some of them looking at this year's Mania going, do I do the World Cup instead this year? I can do Wrestlemania next year, but I can't do the World Cup next year. World Cup's only every 4 years. So I do find myself wondering if that plays a part as well. So I think there's a multitude of reasons as to why, you know, the tickets sales are where they are. Obviously, we'll have to see if, you know, with the little bit of time there is to go, they're you know, desperately trying to shift as many tickets as they possibly can. I don't think what they did on Friday, of course, is going to have resulted in people racing to buy tickets, but it will be interesting to see how they follow it up on Friday. I really think they're going to have to tease some mystery. They're going to have to tease something big for Mania in order to shift some tickets now. And I think they will on Friday, because I think that this story about saving the business is potentially leading to some sort of faction, some sort of reveal of some higher power or whatever, you know. I think they might have to do that so that we can see some tickets actually selling, you know. So, because mysteries always work. It's a sad truth. Us wrestling fans, we get hooked by mysteries. So, yeah, Friday, it'll be interesting to see what they do, because their goal at the moment is shift as many tickets as we possibly can. Bartholomew said, Daze, based on last Friday's opening segment, you wanted a talking point, and there's the talking point, so we should accept it. But do we think TKO will eventually be let go of Triple H from his booking role? Well, I mean, yeah, we do like to have talking points rather than not have talking points. But I mean, if you're going to do something that disastrous, then of course the reaction is going to be that we're going to talk about it, and we're going to talk about why it was so disastrous and talk about the reaction to it. And that's exactly what we've done, right? Do I think Triple H is going to be let go from his booking position? Not particularly, no. I think it'd be very interesting to know how The Rock feels about it. I mean, I think the truth is Ari Emanuel doesn't know what's good and bad when it comes to booking of wrestling. He can only go by some of the things he's reading online. I mean, it's not hard, is it, to, when Raw's on, type in hashtag WWE Raw into X, or just put WWE into X and get all the live reaction comments of what people are typing, you know? Not only that, if you just put WWE in and just kind of see what the top tweets are, it wouldn't take you long to get a general idea as to kind of what social media is thinking about the show. So you'd be able to hear from fans. Granted, it's the IWC, but, you know, it give you a snapshot. I don't know if he knows about Cage Match. Again, not that it matters. It doesn't get, like, a high amount of feedback. But there are obviously several places you can go to get, like, some sort of a review. ESPN used to do a review. where they'd give each show a letter grades. But I mean, you can go to Bleacher Report, you can go Sports Illustrated, you can go 411 Mania, you can go Cage Match. All of these will review shows. So I mean, if I'm Ari Emanuel and I don't know what people want, I can look on social media, I can look at the reviews, I can get an idea as to, how it's being received. And then my best indicator is always going to be the ratings, isn't it? If a show is hot, then people should want to tune into it. And so the ratings is always going to be your best indicator if something's working. So, of course, he's going to have access to that as well. So I don't know how he's feeling about things. I mean, there is a slump compared to where we were. We are seeing a decrease. Obviously, if you sat down with Triple H and spoke to him, he would give you the reasons why. If you ask him why is the Wrestlemania tickets struggling so much, he may say the reasons we've just said. It's not just creative. We've got tourism down in America. I think tourism to LA last year was down 8%. I don't know where it is right now. It's probably fallen further, but it was down 8% last year. And so you can kind of go through a list of reasons. So I don't think it's as easy as creative bad Triple H out, because I think the people that are having to make those decisions are people that are very data-led. And I think that they would want to be speaking to Triple H to kind of see if the numbers don't look good, why aren't they looking good? What's the solution? And I think then, you hopefully put those solutions in place. So, for example, if I say it's ticket prices, that's why they're not selling. If you drop the ticket prices and they still don't sell, that's a problem. Because all of a sudden I've told you it's this, you've changed the ticket pricing and the ticket prices have not sold. So it wasn't that. And so all of a sudden it starts to put a bit more pressure on Triple H, because maybe it's not that, maybe it is the creative and that's his responsibility. So I don't think it's as easy as he's gone after WrestleMania. I think it's going to be a bit more of, it depends where Ari and the TKO board are with looking at the data, how they feel about where the company is, if they think, because you don't just get rid of Triple H and then go, who should we put in? I mean, is there even a better alternative that they've got lined up? I mean, you can't just go, Sean, and put Sean in there, because you would want to know that that was the right move. And yeah, Sean would logically be the next person, because he's been booking NXT, so he would step up and go into that. It could be that The Rock goes, I want Brian Gerwitz in, because Brian Gerwitz was a writer, right? Brian Gerwitz was a writer for WWE. He left WWE and he ended up going over to work for The Rock as his personal writer. So it could be The Rock's like, I want him back, he's brilliant. That could be a solution. But again, I'm not convinced that I'm certainly not convinced there's this big breakdown. You know that I'm leaning more towards that being a work, right? A TKO WWE thing would be a work, in my opinion. I don't believe that there is this big breakdown. I do believe Ari wanted Pat to be used in a high-profile manner, because I do believe that ESPN have been a little bit unhappy. I do believe that they want Pat to be used in a high-profile way because he is also on ESPN. So he's a great link between, the ESPN viewers and WWE products. He's in this kind of really unique position where his show is speaking to non-wrestling fans that also watch ESPN. And so, again, none of this is for the benefit of us. This isn't for our benefit. It's not for the story's benefit. And that's what makes it dirty. It's for the benefit of, can we get new viewers tuning in? Because Pat's audience are people we would love to get. So this is why I think Ari wanted him involved. I believe that. I suppose the bit I'm struggling with is this notion that there is this, big war that's happening. Because I think, look, they're adults. They're businessmen. I believe that they sit down and communicate. I mean, Nick Khan is bouncing between the two. Nick Khan answers to TKO, but he also works very closely and is in constant communication. They call each other each day. They're texting each day. He's in constant communication with Triple H. So Nick Khan is that sort of go-between. And I think that TKO kind of swing by and there's meetings and, they touch base, and Triple H probably meets with them every once in a while as well. WWE is one of their major brands in their portfolio. This idea that they just stay out the way, leave them to it. I mean, no, I think they're businessmen that, are in constant communication. They want to know, how can we improve the business? So, I think for me, there's like elements of this that feel true. There's elements of this that feel like a work. And it's kind of tricky to put all those pieces together at the moment. But no, I don't feel like he's done after WrestleMania. That would be a major development if that was the case. But at the moment, I think a lot of what we're hearing is maybe being exaggerated. Would a corporation storyline solve this? Do we think that's where it's headed? Team WWE with Triple H, Cody, Punk, Team TKO, Pat, Randy, Rock. I do think that that's something that could have been proposed. I can't say that's exactly where it's heading. I do think that's something that could have been proposed, though, because I think we're at the point where we do need bold thinking. We do need something pretty big to kind of really reinvigorate WWE. It's gone stale. I don't think, we had the Bloodline that was this big story that really was, kind of dominating the picture, because at that time, Roman had both belts. So he had both the top titles. It meant then that when Roman was around, the shows felt big. When he wasn't, we were leaning on Sammy and the Usos and Heyman to kind of, carry on the stories by attacking people or whatever it might be, right? Trying to get like the tag belts so the Bloodline had all the championships or whatever it was. It was a major focus. And you might remember there was plenty of times where the Bloodline would pop up on Raw as well, because they would go over there to do whatever. And so, we've kind of gone from this big story to, I suppose the big story last year was Cena's retirement. But obviously with the heel turn, that felt like it was a bit mishandled. I'm sure it was still good for business, though. I'm sure they still sold plenty of tickets with people wanting to see John for the final time. And so I suppose, yes, you are left with the question of what's the major story this year? Because if it was Bloodline for 2022, 2023, 2024, the rise of Cody, trying to finish his story, and then 2025 is John's retirement year, what are we looking at this year? What is the major story this year? And it does feel like this saving the business, that kind of stuff, the WWE TK, it does feel like we're seeing the start of something that's going to become the major story this year. Pat has said there's layers to this, there's levels to this. Like, even Michael Cole said, and I thought it was a really interesting comment on Raw, he said, I'm really angry with what happens. Like, I'm really angry with what I saw, but I've decided I'm just going to let it play out and I'm just going to see where it goes. And I thought that was a really interesting comment, because that's Michael, who is kind of meant to be the viewer's friend, right? He's the voice of WWE. We don't present him as a heel or anything like that. If anything, he's been presented as a face. You might remember last year when Gunther kind of went for him and Pat stood up to Gunther. Like, I'm going to go back out there. I'm going to do my job. I'm not going to allow the bully to kind of, dictate what I can and can't do. Michael was presented as being a babyface. He was presented as being a friend of the viewer. And I think that is kind of the relationship he has at the moment. I think for him to sit there and say, I was really disappointed and angry at what I saw on Friday. I felt very let down. But I could say a lot, but rather than say a lot right now, I've decided I'm going to wait and see where it goes. That is Pat basically saying, that is Michael basically saying to the viewer, I'm upset with Pat, I'm going to see where it goes. And basically saying, oh, you do the same as well. Why don't you do what I'm doing, right? And I think it's kind of, in a way, WWE saying there is a plan here, right? We're not thrilled with Pat being shoved into this, but there is a story. There is a plan. They might be demented, thinking that the business needs saving and they're the ones to do it. But, you know, we're going to watch how they're going to try and achieve it. And if it is going to lead to a faction, and if that is going to lead to a big battle, you know, that could be coming down the road. And as I said, though, nothing changes what we saw on Friday. That what we saw on Friday is still, you know, massively disappointing, massively flat. As much as I used to love Triple H from before, ever since he made Cena tap, I hate him now. I had so many expectations. I thought he started off well, but I can't stand his face. I think I think that he's got a bit lost, hasn't he? I think the honeymoon period ended. I think we tried some stuff that didn't work. I think now you've got real world problems that are compounding it as well. We're in a situation where it's not just bad booking, but you've got real life issues that are hurting ticket sales. So that's compounding the bad booking that we've experienced. He's also got injuries that he's having to try and weather. And yeah, I just think the wheels did kind of fall off a bit. I do find myself actually feeling, believe it or not, a little bit sorry for him. I do find myself feeling a little bit sorry for him. And I think the reason for that is because I put myself in his shoes and I think to myself, if I was in his position and I tried a few things, I was like head booker, I know I would not get everything right. Yeah, I think most of us know if we was in that position, we would want to try a lot of stuff. And a lot of it would fall short, right? Because it sounds great in your heads. The idea, like, you can visualize it. But when it's time to actually put it into execution, for one reason or another, it could be bad performance from the wrestler. You know, it could be that the lines are not being delivered correctly. It could be a multitude of things. It could just be a bad idea. But, you know, these things could not land. I mean, look, when they did the John Cena heel turn, there's no way they thought it was going to go as badly as it did, right? Of course they didn't. Of course they didn't. We know they abandoned it before SummerSlam. And even John has said the crowd were just not taking it. The crowd, you know, this character, it was just so loved. They just could not find it in their hearts to boo this character. So it was abandoned. I mean, do you remember out of nowhere on the Smackdown before SummerSlam, he just flipping abandoned it. So I think he's tried some stuff that's not worked, and that's okay. But I think, like, what's happened is that's resulted in 2025 being a bit underwhelming. I don't think it's been helped by his creative teams, because I think they've been advising and really, you know, driving a lot of it. He's the one that has, like, the final say, if you will. He'll sit down and look at what gets brought. Most of the shows are written out. Top end, they'll be discussing, of course, and driving that. I'd imagine a lot of the rest of the card he just looks over. But yeah, his creative teams have kind of let him down. He's obviously backed a couple of horses that haven't won for him. 2025, as a result, has been a bad year creatively. Then he's had injuries. So he can't even really turn certain things around because of the injuries. So that's another issue. Now he's got to 2026, and now he's in a situation where, okay, they want to have Pat involved. And, you know, perhaps, you know, he didn't want that, but, you know, okay, fine, I've got to find a place for him. So he's got that. He's got his injuries. He's trying to deliver the best WrestleMania he can. Even Road Dogg that's left now said, I think that is about as good a WrestleMania as we can deliver for you. With everything we've got, I think that's probably the best we can do. I think people would argue, well, take Jade out, put Io in. We'll take Rhea, Io again, rather than watch Jade, Rhea. But, you know, they're trying to balance building stars as well. You know, they're trying to balance building and bringing people through like Trick, like Oba, like Jade, like Stephanie. They're trying to balance that with also delivering the best WrestleMania that they can. And so, yeah, we're kind of where we are. But the problem he's got is now he's got all these other real world problems because of slow ticket sales and, you know, tourism down in America, the war in Iran and blah, 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 blah. The high ticket prices that TKO are responsible for. That's not Triple H. And so, you know, now he's kind of really getting some pressure put on him. So I do find myself being a little bit sorry for him. But you are right. There are still decisions that got made, like, say, Cena tapping, that you do kind of go, well, that was on you, wasn't it? I mean, if you are going to consistently take the wrong options, and I personally would say that was the wrong option, if you are going to consistently do that, then, yeah, you're going to face a backlash. And there is an ever-growing backlash towards him, so... Just needs, like, he just need. I think it would be good if we get past Mania, do a draft, get people back from injury. If TKO are going to give him some breathing room by lowering the ticket prices, and then just what have you got? This is your chance now. Yeah, we've done a draft. We've refreshed the rosters. You've got people back from injury. WrestleMania's in the rearview mirror. TKO have reduced the prices. Can't do anything about cost of living. What have you got? I'll tell you, the other problem he's going to have soon, and that'll be the World Cup. Because the World Cup runs for quite a while, and the world is going to be watching that. I mean, if people are going to choose, am I going to watch Smackdown or am I going to watch Brazil versus Germany or something, you know? I mean, the World Cup gets crazy views. Globally, it gets crazy views. I mean, obviously, it will affect ratings, of course. But so he's going to have that headache coming up soon as well. But they'll have a lot of historical data that tells them how much the World Cup actually impacts, you know, ratings and whatnot. So I'm sure they're having those kind of conversations already. I'm sure they've already got an idea as to what to expect the impact for the World Cup's going to be. But yeah, I feel like he needs a bit of breathing room at the moment. I could totally imagine him getting back home and not having had great days recently. Wyatt said, Daze, why is Tiffany on WrestleMania ads but not on the card? She is not hurt. We've got celebrities, but no Tiffany or Carmelo. WrestleMania in Saudi next year, I don't think will sell well. Well, Saudi next year's got its own issues, of course, but they're not going to worry about that because they've been paid, I think, $100 million for it. So they've already got the money. Like, they've already made the money for next year. Really, people traveling there is kind of Saudi Arabia's kind of responsibility to a degree. You know, WWE are going to promote it and they're going to try their best to sell tickets because that's what Saudi have bought. I would imagine those tickets will be cheap because Saudi know that a lot of people are going to have to pay for flights and hotels. And so there's no point in making the WrestleMania tickets expensive. Saudi don't need the money back, right? What they need is they need people to go. So if you make the tickets dirt cheap, I mean really cheap, then, because someone said, I can't remember who it was, someone said to me it was cheaper to go to the Royal Rumble in Saudi than it would have been to actually go in America, because if you actually paid for flights, hotel and the tickets, it still worked out cheaper than if you went and stayed in a hotel and actually went to the Royal Rumble in America. So I think they will make sure that hotel and all of that is cheap. The ticket will be cheap because they know you got to pay for that flight. So yeah, but WWE won't mind about that because they've been paid like $100 million so that Saudi can have that WrestleMania. So that WWE have already made their money. In regards to Tiffany and Carmelo and all of that, I think that when they do those adverts, they just grab the big named men's wrestlers. They grab the big name female wrestlers. They might have a penciled in match card at that time, but I don't think it's like everyone that features in those adverts is guaranteed to be in a match. It's just, this is our top male. They're gonna, do you know what I mean? They're gonna stand a chance of being there, and many of them will be there. But there's no guarantee that every single one will make it to WrestleMania, because, of course, plans change, card changes. So it might have been that at one point, you know, the Tiffany against Julia was on the cards, and then it dropped off the cards. I mean, I honestly can't say, because I don't know that information. But what I know historically is when it comes to those kinds of things, we just grab top talent. We don't really worry too much about, because really all your top names should be featuring. So, you know, it doesn't really go much deeper than that. In regards to celebrities being involved, yeah, we know we're not a fan of that. What I would say is Carmelo, though, probably should be in the Sammy Trick match. I don't think any celebrity is necessarily taking his spots. It's more, should he be added to that match? I think he should. I do find myself wondering if he still will. I mean, it'll be very interesting to see if they add him on Friday. Until we actually get to WrestleMania, I don't know that he's not going to be there and he's not going to be a part of it. So I think there's a chance he can still make it. But we need to get through to Friday, yeah? We need to get through to WrestleMania to see if he's going to be added. In regards to Tiffany, yeah, I don't know that, like, if she was ever going to be added to this cards. The other thing that they're weighing up, of course, is from a business point of view, you've got this first hour on ESPN. So they're having to figure out, okay, what's our opening matches? What does that look like? How long do we want the show to go for? What's our main event? How many matches do we want each day? And once you kind of work these things out, you might realize, okay, we need about 14 matches because we need 2 for that first hour. We want 7 each day. We're going to make it go 3.5 hours each day. That means 7. So that means 14. Well, these are your 14. Someone misses out. And it could be that. Do you know what I mean? It might not be, oh, Tiffany sucks, we don't want her. I mean, I don't think it's that at all. Because I think Tiffany Julia being on the card would have been fine if the build had been better. But I think it's more to do with the structure of the days and what matches are we having in that first hour? What's our main event? How long do we want these shows to go for? What's the optimum time? Because don't forget, they've got events going on after as well. There's a club night thing that starts. So they might be thinking to themselves, we need to end this by a certain point so that the people in the stadium can get to the club night or can get to the Kill Tony night. Or I don't know if there's like a last man, dead man walk-in thing, whatever. I think that's on WWE World, actually. But considering what time we need to finish so that those events can happen, that's a consideration I think fans don't take into consideration. The thing is, this business is so much bigger than I think what fans think about, you know? There's a lot of pieces. There's a lot of pieces at play here. So if the end result is that, you know, some big names have to miss out on the cards, I really don't think Triple H is going to be bothered, because in his mind, he's just trying to deliver WrestleMania the best he can. He's trying to make sure the matches for that first hour are good, so ESPN are happy. He's trying to make sure that people get out the stadium on time, so that, you know, I don't even know what transport's like. Does it kick off at like reduce maybe at like 11? I don't know. That could be a consideration as well. So, but I think those party nights, those club night things, that's obviously something they don't want to encroach over, because people have got to get out the stadium and get to the strip and go to those club nights or whatever. So I think there's a few factors that are at play. And obviously the celebrities are involved because they're hoping they will help sell more tickets. So, yeah, there's a lot. Big Tony K said, Daze, I predict that Logan Paul will lead more celebrities to pursue as wrestlers where he wins the championship. Triple H will make it the celebrity era. Well, it might be feeling that way to some already. Mr. Dell Jr. said, if WWE goes to the UK, that is maybe a Raw or a Smackdown. Would you go if it had big stars like Punk, Cody, Roman, Gunther, Liv, Rhea, more, and it was taped early? Oh, that's interesting. I think my honest answer is no. The reason why is because even if it was taped early so that I could actually stream live later, which would be great, I mean, like, maybe if the logistics would have to work, wouldn't they? I mean, I don't live close to Birmingham. I live like a good couple of hours away. I don't live close to London. I live a good 2.5 hours away. So there is no Raw or SmackDown that's coming close to me. So, you know, if I planned it, where say I went to London, went to the O2, watched it earlier in the day, then went to say an Airbnb type place so I could stream, yes, that would work, right? That's my only barrier. But it's not likely, is it, that I would do that? I mean, it's more likely that I would just stay here and stream it and do the watch along with you guys. I don't particularly feel the need to go. I don't particularly feel the need like I'm missing out from that. Like, I've been quite a few times to watch WWE live. It's not like I've never been. So, you know, I feel quite content. I think I would like to go and see AJ Lee, though. AJ Lee, I mean, I did actually go to London to go and see WWE do a house show. It didn't affect any streams, but I went to see him do a house show, and I went because Ronda was there. I actually bought a ticket to go and see Ronda. This is when she like first came in and people were still on board with her. But yeah, I mean, she was a big name in UFC, of course. I was quite excited she was in WWE. And I thought it'd be pretty cool to go and say that I had, you know, seen Ronda live in person, and she was wrestling Alexa Bliss that night. Ronda won, of course. And so, yeah, I was there. Went to a house show at the O2 and watched Ronda. I would like to go and see AJ Lee. She was someone that I watched back in the day, really enjoyed her work. Can't believe she's back now. So I think like AJ, obviously for me, hasn't quite found her groove yet. I feel like AJ is just not around enough. You know, she just, I don't know, goes missing quite a bit. She comes in. I think she's only been around for like around Elimination Chamber and now around Wrestlemania. I mean, I don't know if she's going to be a bit more active post-Mania or what the situation is. I think if she was on the show on a more regular basis, really getting stuck into some storylines and was kind of being a bit more like the AJ of olds, where she was a bit more manipulative and cunning and conniving, and do you know what I mean, setting like traps and playing mind games. Like, I always loved that about her. I don't really sense we're getting really much of that now. She's not around enough to really do any of that stuff. So yeah, it's hard to get excited about the work she's doing at the moment. I hope that, you know, it kind of gets a bit more active and a bit more interesting, but just, it'd be nice to see her. So, but I would not want to sacrifice a stream for that. If they did a house show that was on a day where I could say a Sunday, where I could go to London, maybe go and see AJ if I knew she was there, I would be tempted to do that, yes. But I don't feel like I'm missing out, to be honest. Aaron, hello. Daze, just a hypothetical. Okay. If TKO want to sell and Tony put in a bids, would Ari sell to him? We know that Vince wouldn't, but if he had a great argument to why he should, would it happen? Yes. I don't think that there's any reason why Ari wouldn't do it. Ari won't care, will he? I mean, Ari has no issue with, you know, I don't think Ari has got like any sort of alliance with Vince or anything like this. I can't give you a reason as to why Ari would not. Ari will just take, he's a businessman. He'll just take the highest offer. I mean, I don't know that Tony would have the highest offer if they sold. There's also no word that they're looking to sell. But yeah, if Tony was to come in and put in this big bids, we know it's going to have to be, I mean, over 10 million now, over 10 billion, because they sold for, I think, 8.5. And of course, Ari's going to want a bigger return than what they purchased it for. So I think they'd be looking for like 10 billion plus now, which is a crazy amount of money, isn't it? So I don't think there's really a danger of that happening. So I can't say that I see it happening. Plus also, I think if there was signs of that happening, I would imagine that he would also go to the Saudis, because the Saudis obviously have been spending a lot on having WWE shows. So, you know, for 10 billion, you can have the company and do as many. You don't have to keep paying for all the show. You will have bought it outright, you know. Obviously, that is a massive investment for the Saudis. They've got money, and they've got the money to do that. I think at the moment they're quite happy spending like 50 million for each show, 100 million for Wrestlemania. To go from that to 10 billion for the whole company. Although, actually, I mean, I don't know. They've got a deal for 10 years from 2018 to 2028. I don't know how much that deal was worth. I think it might have been worth $1 billion. Might have been worth $1 billion. Because I think it's 2 shows a year at 50 million each, which is 100 million a year for 10 years. I think the deal was $1 billion. You get 2 shows a year for 10 years. And that was the deal they went into. So if they're willing to spend $1 billion for 2 shows a year over 10 years, would they be willing to spend 10 billion to just have the company? I don't know. I think that this is where Ari, as a smart businessman, wouldn't just have Tony Khan come up to him and go, I've 10 billion, I'd like to buy the company. And him go, okay. I think he would go, ooh, okay, I could sell. That's a nice offer. Let me just see if the Saudis want to beat that. And actually go to the Saudis and go, I've just been offered 10 billion for WWE. Would you like to beat that offer? Because, of course, it would be in his interest to get as many interested parties as possible so that they all kind of, you know, drive the price up. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really sense... I mean, first of all, no word they're selling. And I don't think Tony has got access to that kind of money, because when he did put a bid in, it was 6 point something billion. Because we found out that they did put a bid in, and it was 6 point something billion, and of course that was not accepted. But it would need to be like 10 billion now. So it's a good hypothetical. It's a good hypothetical. Big Mig said, Wyatt, it's my go-to. I taught my son to protect himself. Go for the nose, never the jaw. A broken nose swells up the eyes. Oh, look at this. We got some fighting tips. Fighting tips coming in from Big Migs. Go for the nose. Don't go for the jaw. That's good advice, actually. That's good advice. Triple H said, Daze, I agree with your thoughts. With Mania card announced, what's the predictions and when's the prediction video? Yeah, I think I'm going to do that this weekend. Always tend to do it like the week before. I suppose people are just waiting now to see if EO and Asuka is going to get added. I don't know if they're going to add that next week, though. I mean, I suppose I could do the predictions video and just get it out. But yeah, it's good now that we've got that information. So my plan was this weekend, but if I can find some room over the next couple of days, then, you know, I might even end up doing it over the next couple of days. There is a lot to break down, a lot to talk about. I mean, it should be a really thorough video. I just need to find that kind of window to fit it in, really. But yeah, of course, it's coming very soon. This weekend at the latest. I genuinely don't know kind of predictions off the top of my head, because I'd need to kind of sit down, have a look at it, go through it. A lot of it is about what's coming next, isn't it? A lot of it is going to be about where are things heading. I think some of it's quite tricky to predict. I mean, I would like to think Oba wins. I think Punk gets it, but I think Roman's the favorite at the moment. But again, it's hard because where are we going with Roman? You know, there's been a few teases of the Usos kind of getting involved, but they didn't step up to Punk yesterday. So I don't know. Was that just a bit of a storm in a teacup? You know, when Jay was telling Roman, go get him, and Roman did. Right then, even Corey Graves on commentary was saying Roman just did what Jay instructed him to do, kind of teasing that there was something there, and there was a lot of speculation. That seems to have just died down now. So, I don't know, maybe that was just part of the builds. I think it makes more sense to keep the belt on CM Punk because he's here every week. Roman's not around as much. It's obviously a big match, so Roman being involved for the big match makes sense. But I don't know, do we need the belt going on to Roman? I feel like Punk's reign is getting better as time is going by. It's not the longest of reigns at the moment. It's doing okay. I mean, he's had it all year. He defended against Braun at the start of the year. He defended against Finn Balor at Elimination Chamber. Obviously, this build with Roman has been pretty good. And I think if he could get past Roman, I mean, this reign's, getting into a nice little place then. So we could have another Summer of Punk. So, yeah, I think I would like to see Punk keep it, but I'm sure the bookies are saying it's Roman that's favourite. And then on the other sides, I'd be tempted to put the belt onto Randy. I mean, I am reluctant to do that now because of, the shenanigans. I'm not as engaged with that story anymore. I don't think anyone is, but I would be looking to put the belt onto Randy. I think people were pretty tired of Cody as champion. Randy presented something new, still does, but I just don't know that it's as appetizing for people anymore. Glockness said, apparently the world is not ending tonight, which would be awesome if I didn't take out a huge loan. The world is not ending tonight. Oh, why? What's happened? What's the situation? Iran agrees to ceasefire and to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Iran foreign minister has announced Iran will agree to a ceasefire if attacks against Iran are halted. Okay. So what? There is gonna be a ceasefire. All right. Okay. We've got some breaking news coming in. So a 2 week. So the Strait of Hormuz is opened because there's going to be a 2 week ceasefire. Okay, well, that's good. That's good news. Some good news. Not that I heard of, but I am not watching. Roman losing 3 WrestleManias doesn't seem right, says Sean. I don't know. I mean, he lost to. I understand that point. He lost to Cody at 30 because he'd beat him the year before, so that's fine. He lost last year because we wanted to launch the Vision, so Seth needed the win. That's fine. And then, yeah, we're in a situation now where it's, which way do you go? Roman's the favorite. I think with him not being around, with Punk having this being, don't know how many years Punk's got left, but this feels like a pretty significant title reign for him. Yeah, that wouldn't bother me, to be honest. The fact that Roman had lost the past couple. I think we've given Roman a lot with the bloodline, and he's had many, many WrestleMania wins. If he's going through a bit of a period now where he's losing 3 in a row, who knows? You might even be able to use that stat and that fact in storyline. You know, we could see Roman getting more frustrated. Perhaps he needs to be more aggressive. Perhaps he needs to get a bit more angry because the way he's doing things are resulting in, you know, a slump in results. So you could actually use that to your advantage in storyline wise. But yeah, I think for me, like, you just got to look at each year individually. And I can understand why they did the past two. This one, I think, is close. I think it's a good point you've made. But for me, I think, yeah, if I've got to pick a side, I'd go CM Punk. Daze, if WrestleMania 43 is cancelled in Saudi, where would we put WrestleMania? My picks are Wembley, New Orleans, or Minneapolis, said Dale Jr. It would come down to who is going to bid, isn't it? The way that WrestleMania works is they actually put money, all these places put money on the table, and it goes to the highest bidder. So the truth is, the way TKO do it is they're not going to, if it gets cancelled next year, they're not going to just give it to someone. They're going to go to, you know, their contacts. They'll have contacts in, you know, different areas, and they'll kind of shop it around. So, you know, it could end up anywhere. It could end up anywhere. It's just going to come down to what's the most amount of money they can attract. Because if they can't go to Saudi next year, that's a big problem for them. Because they're getting 100 million for that show. And you ain't getting anywhere close to 100 million anywhere else. Not even in... I mean, honestly, other places might be giving them like 15 million, something like that. 20 million most. 100 million. I don't, in my mind, someone's telling me that, like, I don't know what Vegas is spending this year. I'm going to ask ChatGPT. Because in my mind, it's like 8 million. And I don't know if that's true. How much is Las Vegas spending on securing WrestleMania in 2026? Let's see. How much did they spend to get WrestleMania in 2026? Why do I not have any answers? It's thinking. Let's say, hypothetically, if AEW were to throw their name in the hat again to purchase WWE, would it be the worst case? I think it would be great. Would TKO be willing to do it? That question got asked, didn't it? We just answered that. I think they would do it, because I think that I think they would do it, but I think that I don't think that they would have enough money. I don't think that Tony would be able to get like 10 billion together. Plus, also you would have other people that would want to come in and contribute, like other people that would want to come in and take the company, like the Saudis. I mean, the Saudis have got to be amongst the front runners. Okay, 6 million. 6 million is what they spent to get WrestleMania for this year. Last year, they spent 5 million. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? In my mind, it was 8 million, but it's 6 million. Las Vegas is spending 6 million to secure WrestleMania, and next year they're getting 100 million from Saudis, because Saudis already pay 50 million for those shows in Saudi Arabia. They already spend 50 million on those. So if it'll be a disaster if that does not go ahead next year. That'll be a real blow to the finances for WWE, and poor TKO. I mean, I know you're probably very sympathetic to TKO and what they're going through. But yeah, they will really suffer next year if that doesn't go ahead. Jared, shout out to you. He said Pat was going on about the Attitude Era. Is he not aware that Randy just wasn't even a part of the Attitude Era? It feels like they're all like, who can pee off the fans the most with the most idiotic ideas. Jared said, sorry, I'm just still upset. No, it's understandable, but honestly, part of me does wonder, though, if some of those stupid comments were made by design. I mean, this is like Donald Trump, right? Because again, we're not getting political, but Donald Trump will do some really crazy stuff. I think we can all agree that, right? Really crazy. But if you're a Republican, in your mind, it's 4D chess. No, it's not crazy. He's actually really clever for doing this because it could lead to this, right? And so I see people having those conversations. If you're a Democrat, it's a load of nonsense. The guy doesn't know what he's doing, right? So if you're a Republican, you look at it one way. If you're a Democrat, you look at it the other way, right? In regards to this, was he just saying a load of stuff that was nonsense because he's an idiot, right? Talking about Attitude Era when Randy wasn't a part of it. Talking about 5'5" guys that ain't going to change. All you've done is bury them, right? They're still going to be on the show even if Randy wins the belt. So congratulations on burying that 5'5" talent, yeah? And there is a lot like that you can get your teeth into and go, why did you say this? Why did you say that? And the end is, and so like you just said, annoying. But then you'll have people that defend him and they're saying, well, did it upset you? And the answer is yes. And they're like, well, it did its job then, didn't it? He's a heel and he upset you. Doesn't really matter what he said. He managed to get heat. And as a heel, that's what a heel should do. So you're going to have different schools of thought. So, yeah, it's... I think it was stupid. I think it was dumb. So did everyone else. But I'm sure there will be some out there that can defend it if they want to. Doc Holiday said, last WrestleMania, we said the overseas tour put the crutch on the booking. Yes. This year, I think there's too much time until Mania. Also, Stand and Deliver being this far from Mania, I was not a fan. Okay, Doc Holiday, thank you. Appreciate the feedback. Interesting. I mean, I do think that it got in the way. I do think it's better that it's not in the way, but I do also think that you could be correct that there was still a bit too much time. Perhaps the truth is that really we should be doing WrestleMania this weekend. Or weekend, just perhaps it needs to be the first week of April. And that would fix it, you know, rather than it being further into April. I think Pat was hinting at a Vince return because Pat was talking about how he didn't like how the company is doing things, says Kai Plays. But you can't have a Vince return, can you? I mean, not with him going through the legal action that he's going through at the moment. I mean, that court case isn't heard until the summer. We just had a load more details that came out. I mean, I just don't see how you have Vince return. I don't think there's an appetite. I don't think Ari has got an appetite for it. It's just bad PR, unnecessary bad PR. I don't think Triple H has got an appetite for it. I don't think anyone internally is pushing for Vince to return. I'm sure Vince is pushing for a Vince return, but I just, with the legal stuff, I just don't see it happening. And I know what people are going to say, and they have said it already. We said that about Brock. The difference with Brock is he's not on trial. He's not actually being prosecuted for anything. He's not a defendant. He is mentioned in the court papers, but he's not being made to go to court. He's not being sued. Janelle Grant's not, doing anything with him. But she is taking Vince to court. So they're very different. They're very different. So it's just hard to see that happening, to be honest with you. Flamefist, hello, said, unfreeze the chat. It's driving me crazy. Oh, I don't know why it's frozen. It's moving for me. I'll reload it. How long have we got? 18 minutes. 18 minutes. And we'll be underway with this week's NXT. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Kevin said, I think they're making a big mistake with Oberbrock first. That's a main event. Well, I think it could have gone in a main event slot, yes. I think it's quite clever, actually, because if it's not going to be your main event And I think they kind of were quite clear that CM Punk Roman was one main event and that Cody and Randy was the other main event. I think that's been communicated. It's been quite clear for a while now, right? But there was a chance for them to switch it out. They've not done that. So if you're not going to do that, where does it sit on the cards? I think most people would say it probably should be like an opening match or one of those early matches, because there's no real benefit to it being just in the middle of the card. But if you put it at the start, then, you know, that's a great way of getting people to tune in. Tune into WrestleMania right now. We're about to open with Brock and Oba. Oh my God, I need to tune into that. And then once you've got people, hopefully they stay, so they watch the rest of the show. The other thing as well is those early matches will be on ESPN this year for the first time. ESPN 2, I think, on night 1, ESPN night 2. So that means that people that don't normally watch wrestling can flick channels and be watching WrestleMania. So again, you know, it's a great way of getting them in front of extra eyes. So if it wasn't going to be the main event, I think you've probably done the best thing you can do with it if it's not going to close out the night. Big Time said Smackdown did 1.5 with the reveal. Does it show that there was a lot of interest? It's unfortunate that we didn't know the start high and fall off held on 3 hours. It's unfortunate we didn't know how did they start high and fall off. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I've not seen the number breakdown. I haven't even seen that number. Yeah, I think the rating. I think we know, don't we, that people were going to tune in. I don't know how that looks compared to recent weeks. It feels good. And it feels to me like that mystery of who's on the phone was one that was working. There was a lot of people asking about it, speculating about it. That always says to me it's working, it's landing. So, yeah, I think in that regards, we expect a big number. But I think if you look at the reaction to it, it obviously clearly didn't land, didn't work. The concern will be for this week. What I would say about this week is, I don't know what to expect. I think the number being good for last week doesn't surprise me, because as you said, and as we know, people are going to want to find out the answer to who was on the phone. But then you've got the mystery now of people are going to tune in this week. They're going to want to know, how are you going to fix it? Do you know what I mean? What are you going to do to fix this? I think the Smackdown number this week's going to be very, very interesting. I think it's going to be very interesting. Because I don't know how many people are going to have decided this is atrocious, I'm not watching this anymore, and are going to just stop, you know? I don't know. There's lots of people that are saying that they are feeling that way, but then are they going to turn the telly on when it actually, because they want to see how they're going to fix this? Why we should have any confidence they're going to fix it, I don't know. Because not only was that opening segment terrible, but the rest of the show was terrible. You know, it's not like the rest of the show was a banger, and it's not like SmackDown has been a banger in recent weeks. It hasn't. I mean, the week before got 2 out of 10 on Cage Match. That was a bad show. I mean, even Pat referenced that the week before was one of the lowest rated SmackDowns ever. And the irony was the one that he was on is the lowest rated ever. So, you know, it's, I don't know why we've got any kind of hope that they're going to be able to, like, deliver something good, because there's no evidence of it if you look at kind of what SmackDown's been delivering. So it'll be a very interesting number to see what SmackDown this week gets. But I'm not surprised that SmackDown last week did well. I think the reveal was definitely going to bring guys. Recent weeks have been about 1-3, 1-4. It's been the best number in several months. Nielsen circulates it different, so the noise on social media might be factored into the numbers. Oh, right. Interesting. Lee says Pat alluded to another possible person who could be talking to Randy on the phone on his ESPN show yesterday. Yeah, I did see that he said, was I the only one talking to him? I don't know. I really don't. He said something like that. I got the feeling that he didn't. I don't know. I don't. I think he knows where the story's going, and I think there are other people that are coming into the story. I don't know if he quite knows how they're coming in. I got the impression he didn't want to say anything, because the impression I got is he didn't quite know what he could say. He didn't quite know how it's playing out. He just has an idea that this person's coming in and this is going to happen and we're going to do this, we're going to do that. He's probably got like a general idea as to where it's going. And I don't think it's going to stay just him and Randy. And I don't know when the football season starts, but he's going to have to go again, isn't he? To go and do his football stuff. So, I mean, I think he's around for the summer by the looks of it. I'd expect he'll be around for the summer. It would be nice if it was only WrestleMania. I mean, if he was just in for Mania and then he goes again, and then that leaves us with, say, Randy and a couple of others and a faction, you know, that could be okay. That might help. But I don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. There's a lot that we can speculate on, but I don't think it's going to really get us anywhere. Radiate Zombie said, do we see a world where Sean takes over creative from Triple H? He's booking NXT goods. Do we think Triple H will stay in charge? I think he'll stay in charge of creative. I certainly don't think he's in any immediate danger. I think that he's got a good relationship with Nick Khan. Nick Khan will go to bat for him. I think that a lot of this WWE TKO at War stuff is being exaggerated, because I think they are happy for it to be exaggerated. It kind of works in their benefit, and it could be where the story's going as well, like a TKO sticking their noses in, we're not going to stand for it, blah blah blah, right? So I don't think Triple H is in trouble of about is, you know, going to lose his job any seconds or anything like that. I'm not envisaging that. So I think that yeah, I think he's fine. I mean, he's still relatively young. I think this is, you know, if he didn't do this, I don't know what else he would do. I think this is the job that he kind of really wants, and it's the job that he's been working towards. So I don't see him walking away from it. I don't see him being fired from it. I just don't see any change anytime soon, no. Who would be the natural replacement? Probably Sean. I would think that would be the person that would be the most likely to turn to, would be Sean. But I don't know who would be. I suppose it would be Nick Khan that would be kind of overseeing that process of finding a replacement. And he might, you know, consult with The Rock. He might consult with, you know, Triple H might also make recommendations if he was being fired. Like, if you need someone that's going to keep this going and is going to do a great job, can I just recommend such and such? And that person might be Sean that he recommends. So I don't know. I mean, I think Sean is definitely a front runner. I can't say he would absolutely get it. I think he'd be a front runner, but I don't see Triple H going anywhere, no. Daze, name one: Jacob, Fatu, Sammy, Balor, a made-up wrestler, or Akira Tozawa. Wrestling fan, Brax, I don't know what we mean. Jacob, Fatu, Sammy, Balor, a made-up wrestler, or Akira Tozawa. What's the question? Miss Dow Jr. said WrestleMania 43 is rumored to have $250 million. I asked ChatGPT from Mania 1 to 42 how many Mania budgets each year. It's $490 to $630. The average is $560. What, the budget for the show? WrestleMania 42 is rumored to have $250 million. It's rumored to have $250 million. I don't know what you mean, but what do you mean? Is that what do you mean, like money generated? I don't know. There was a stat that came out from WrestleNomics, which is a mind-blowing stat, which says if you add up all the ticket sales from WrestleMania, all the WrestleManias going up to last year, the money they've made from the Saudi shows since 2018 is more. They've made more money from the Saudi shows since 2018 than they have from all the ticket sales added together for WrestleMania going all the way back to 1989. And that came from WrestleNomics, who are like the creme de la creme when it comes to that kind of data. Shanann, hello buds, said days in previous years Pat has gone around late August, early September. Okay, thank you, bud. Uncle Revel said, what do we think about EO wearing that club patch on her gear? Could it be an unfortunate start of advertising on the wrestlers? Kind of felt, honestly, if I'm being honest, like it was on a wall somewhere and she'd been like, you know, I don't know, someone walked past, she sort of brushed against it and it just sort of got stuck to her gear. I mean, I could be really naive, but it wasn't like it was sewn on in a really nice way. It was actually also upside down. And it was a sticker. And it was on a real awkward part of her thing. It was like she had a bit of a furry collar. And it was kind of on there, right? And it was kind of to the side. It didn't look like, you know, you would think that it would be here. Or it would be on the sleeve. Or, do you know what I mean? Or it'd be on the center in the back. Or, you know, somewhere that would be the right way up. And it would be placed on the gear. This was just like on the collar, wrong way round, and it was clearly a sticker. And I genuinely could believe that there was a sticker somewhere backstage, and she's kind of, you know, had to move out the way as someone's coming by, and as she's like, you know, turned around or whatever, her collar has sort of got attached to it, ended up taking it off the wall that it was attached to, and it's kind of got stuck on her stuff. So and no one else had it as well. She was the only one that had it. And I did find myself wondering if that's what had happened, just because of where it was placed and the kind of direction it was facing in, the orientation of it made me think that that was a possibility. That's how it seemed. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not too worried by that because that WWE Club WWE, they've been advertising that in a bit of a stealth way, haven't they? With, you know, actually random stickers dotted around. There was a sticker on a TV screen backstage. And they also had it showing up on the screen. They've also interrupted before commercial breaks. They've had it kind of flash up on screen as well. So the way they've been advertising that is a little different to how you would normally advertise something. They're kind of doing it in a bit of a stealth, subliminal, street way, you know? So I don't think this is necessarily the start of like advertising on wrestlers. I think if we were gonna point to something being the start, it would be the dude wipes on the Dominic Mysterio shirt. That to me is more concerning because that to me is a sponsor having their logo put onto an actual wrestler's shirt. And so that to me, it could be the start of that, yes. But I don't know. The EO thing felt a bit like she might have knocked into it and actually took the sticker off the wall or something. Days, I was talking about budgets. Okay, so the budget for WrestleMania 1 to 42 was $490 to $630. On average, it's $560 budget. So their budget, the amount of money they spend on putting the show on, is about $560 million a year. I find that hard to believe. How would you even spend that much money? I mean, this year, they're getting $6 million from Vegas to have WrestleMania. Ticket sales are not going to generate anywhere close to that. So how would they be making money if they were spending $560 million a year on WrestleMania and that's their budget? That doesn't seem right. I think ChatGPT's gone wrong there. That doesn't feel right to me. $560 million a year to put on WrestleMania as an average. Maybe that's in total. Do you reckon that's like ever if you add all of them up? But 560 million a year. How can that be right? They're only making 6 million from the venue. Then you've got ticket sales, but ticket sales ain't getting close to that. Because they've got, what, 80,000 people? What's the average ticket price? We should be able to work out. WrestleTix. Do they have average ticket prices? Probably like $200, is it? I don't know. I don't know what the average is. WrestleTix. Cheapest ticket is $215. Don't know. I don't know what the average ticket price for this year is going to be. Without really digging into it and looking for like data, I'd have to, which, is not going to be much fun right now. I can't really do that math because I don't have those numbers. But what I do know is that doesn't feel quite right to me. Right, we've got a minute to go. How do we hide people you are bringing to the main roster? You would put them on TV this week or next week, considering we're still 2 weeks away. How do you hide people you're bringing up to the main roster? What do you mean, like JC? Well, I mean, you don't have them backstage or anything. You don't have them around. You speak to them on the phone and stuff like that. You know when you're bringing them in. And then you just, have them kind of underneath a black hoodie, or you just keep them kind of hidden backstage. I mean, a lot of the time, they'll arrive at the venue, they get shoved straight onto a bus, so they're not even changing backstage. They're just on a bus backstage, and they don't do any rehearsals or anything. They literally just get told, right, this is the plan. When it's close to the time we need you, we're going to bring you out, and you're going to go and you're going to do this and blah, 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 and that's it. So, I mean, it's just kept like on a need-to-know basis. They don't tell anyone that they're not on any run sheets or anything. It's literally like they just bring them, shove them on a bus, and then only bring them out when it's time for their segment. So that's how they try and keep it quiet. Of course, that person might end up like telling a friend. That friend might tell a friend. Someone might spot them. Someone might be tracking their movements. I mean, people can get pretty weird about this stuff. And, as a result, that's where it can kind of end up, where it leaks out, Or it could be that someone overhears Triple H kind of talking to someone saying, yeah, this is the plan for tonight. Keep it to yourself. And then we bring the person, like, someone overhears that and it leaks. But they do what they can to try and keep that information on the lowdown. Julian, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Right, guys, we are underway with NXT. Okay. NXT, stand and deliver. Obviously, it was a big night. We got 2 new champs. It was really well received. So we got a video package. Julian said, how much do you think it would cost WWE to put on a WrestleMania show? Well, that's what we were just talking about, the budget for it. So what's the budget? How much is, like, how much you're going to put aside to put on a show? I mean, I off the top of my head, I think it's going to be really hard. That's not information I think I've ever seen. And I suppose the question is, like, what are you factoring in? Because you're going to need wrestlers. So, but you don't need to factor in their yearly wage, do you? You're only factoring in, like, how much it's going to cost you to have them for that night. The staging is obviously an expense. That's, a decent expense. But it's not going to be like, they ain't spending 100 million or something on the stage. So, I don't know. I mean, how much would you pay on the stage? $1 million or something? Maybe not. Probably not even that. A few hundred thousand. And I mean, that'll be one of the bigger expenses. They don't have to pay for the stadium, like to actually rent the place. That place pays them. It's got such an impact to the local area. And obviously the venue gets, like, you know, drink sales and I think a percentage on the tickets. In fact, the venue doesn't get the tickets, do they? I think the venue might get like a percentage booking fee type stuff, you know? I think the venue makes its money from that and from drinks. And so, you know, they're quite happy to not have an empty stadium and have Wrestlemania there, and they'll pay, you know, $6 million for that. So, I mean, if you think about what the outlay is, yeah, you need hotel rooms and you got to bring people in and everything. I mean, there's going to be a number on it, but that number has got to be covered by the ticket sales. And then obviously you've got the TV rights as well, like where your pay-per-view sales and everything, which is now ESPN, so that confuses things more. Don't know, it's very hard to put a number on that. I don't think that number's ever come out. I'll see what ChatGPT says. What is the budget for WrestleMania 42? What's the budget for WrestleMania 42? How much does it cost to put on such an event? There's no publicly confirmed number. WrestleMania 41 production budget was $33.7 million. That was for not only the show, but several events the same week. Because WrestleMania 2 is a 2-night event in the same city, the likely core production cost is going to be 30 to 40. That covers lighting rigs, set construction, crew, logistics, broadcast infrastructure. So they're saying there's not been any sort of reveal, but as a rough ballpark, 30 to 40 million. Here's the new NXT champ. Tony is making his way out. Tony D'Angelo. Okay. Let's get this on screen. We were just looking at the video. Well, we weren't looking at it, actually. But they were just showing us the video package. Angelo. Okay, Tony making his way down to the ring. Doc Holliday said, in other news, is that a Sherpa hoodie? The fur on the inside of that hoodie, Mac Daddy Days, it's just freezing in your stream room. Sherpa hoodies and beanies. Either way, very cute, says Doc Holliday. Thank you. I don't think it's a Sherpa hoodie. It has got a little bit of lovely fleece type lining. I suppose it is a bit Sherpa-esque. Yeah, I think I've got a bit addicted to them. It was so cold over winter that I actually could not sit here without some sort of jacket on. But we're kind of moving into spring now. I probably don't need it as much. I think I'm just addicted to them now. Fans are chanting, you deserve it, to Tony D'Angelo. You deserve it. A lot of you have been with me since the beginning. I'm not just a man, I'm the man. He is our new NXT champ. NXT. First ever NXT Grand Slam champion. Okay. No one's going to get this title from me. Here comes Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry making his way down to the ring. So Tony said, you're not going to get this belt from me. Jared said, that's a Timu Rollins, a.k.a. the Jackets. I'll take that. I'll take that. I've been called way worse than a Timu Rollins, I can tell you. You had a plan, you executed it, you did it. If it wasn't for Ricky Saints and Ethan Page, would it have gone the other way? Joe wants to know. Is Tony really the rightful champion? Ethan Page making his way out. Okay, well, I'm guessing Ricky's about to come out. I mean, what we've got is we've got all of these arguing. Yeah, here's Ricky. So that Fatal 4-Way hasn't really resolved anything, has it? I mean, all it's done is move the belt. I wonder what the solution's going to be. Can't do another Fatal 4-Way. So Ricky says, if you'd put your ego to one side, everyone would be looking at me as the new champ. Where's this going? Okay, Tony's adamant he still would come out on DarkState. I wonder what that was then. Lights went out. It's DarkState. Okay, anyone else got a feeling this is going to lead to like a 8-man? Oh, hello. What's going on now? What's happening now? DarkState get in there. Was that all security guards? But they actually... Did you see all them security guards? And they still couldn't stop DarkState getting in the ring. We've got a big brawl. I'm guessing you lot are going to commercial break. Got a big brawl in the ring. Loads of security guards came down. And then the next thing we know, DarkState are in the ring. So those security guards succeeded in doing absolutely nothing. Just like every other set of security guards we've ever seen in WWE history. Let Them Fight is the champ. Let Them Fight is being chanted by the fans. It's just a big brawl at the moment. Everyone in the ring swinging away. Whoa, to the outside goes one of the guards. We got more people coming down, including what looked to be some wrestlers. Okay, we got, is that Trill London? That looks a bit like Trill London. That might be Trill London. Tristan Angels. They're in there. DarkState are in there. We got quite a few bodies. We got fans chanting NXT. Dion Lennox just went down. Saquon just got chucked out. We got bit of harmony has been restored. Tony is going to the outside. Everyone's getting it. Everyone's getting it. Not only DarkState, but I mean, we got more bodies coming down. I think there's that Luca that I just saw. Hank and Tank are coming down. Shiloh, isn't it? Brooks Jensen's out there. Brooks Jensen. He's trying to stop Osiris. Tate Wilder's out as well. Let them fight is being chanted. So quite a few evolved talents coming down. Looks like Ricky has lost a shoe. Ricky has lost a shoe. It's picking up here. We must be coming back from commercial break. It's picking up again. It's gone back to more. It's even more chaotic now than it was a moment ago. At least it died down momentarily, but Joe on the outside. Fans are chanting, "This is awesome." It's very chaotic. Okay, we've managed to get some people led to the back. Looks like Tony and Ethan, Ricky, Joe. Okay, we're backstage. We're following them. Okay, so we are doing the 8-man. Okay, there's Sol Ruca. Slightly different way of doing presentation where we actually do a brawl. That brawl goes on through the commercial break. When we come back from commercial break, they go through the back area. That's where we make the announcement. Sol then passes through. It kind of seamlessly goes from one segment to the next segment. I like it. I like that. It's good presentation. We are live, said Wrestle Rants. Yeah, chaotic. Open to the show. Fun. Good. I don't know how they're going to sort the title issue out, though. Feels like everyone's under the impression they would have won that belt if it was just a singles match, so don't know how. I mean, do you do a triple threat? Winner will face Tony? That might be a solution. Okay, here's the Cullen. Glockner said, I'm going to go on a limb and say they're not going to be able to coexist. You could be onto something, but Alfie said, I wonder if it's going to be a battle royal and that determines the new #1 contender. Well, it's an option. Yeah, I'm not down on that. It seems like it's those 4 at the moment, though. So I wonder if it'll be triple threat with the 3. The winner then goes on to face Tony in a singles. But we could absolutely do a battle royal at some point. Izzy Dame then making her way down. Sol Ruca already in the ring. Are we going to get Zarya? Oh. NXT is on the road this weekend. It's going to be in New York and it's going to be in Massachusetts. Okay, hopefully this match is going to bang. Hopefully this will be a fun opener. Sol Ruca against Izzy Dame. Kick coming in there by Izzy. Sol Ruca going round the back elbow there by Izzy. Izzy, knee to the midsection. Down goes Sol. Izzy is back in the corner. Sol collides into her. Izzy goes over. Kick, no. Avoids it. Nice. Standing moonsault. She lands on Izzy. Okay. Sol is going surfing. She's trying to pull back on the arms. Stomps down on the legs. NXT Universe are in fine voice. Radiated Zombie said, I love Sol Ruca. She's the future. But lately, she's disappointed me. The promo last week was awful. And I didn't really enjoy her in-ring lately. Izzy is great in-ring, but bad on the microphone. I think that's fair, honestly. I think that Sol is a great talent, but someone that's still learning. She's someone that pushes herself. She's very innovative. I think there's a lot of her moveset that we sort of not take for granted, but like we've seen it, you know? I mean, if you haven't seen Sol Ruca before, there's going to be plenty about her that's going to be really impressive. But when you've watched her quite a lot and you've seen a lot of her moveset, that's, you know, it doesn't quite hit the same. Soul Snatcher's still great. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Nice kick to the back. Izzy Dame going hard in the corner. Double knees. Her in-ring definitely better than her promo. I just really want to get her away from Zarya. I just want to get her... Bang. Down goes Izzy. Get her working on her promos. Just have her keep being innovative as well. Just keep kind of, you know, tweaking stuff, adding the odd thing. You don't need to do anything loads. But just the odd occasional thing. Like, that's a nice springboards. This is a good match, actually. That was a nice little springboard corkscrew she did to the outside. That's not something I remember her seeing her like do before. She'd probably done it before. It's not something I recall though. But this is better. This is, yeah, I mean, there's some good action here. This is better. We go to commercial break. She's got such a bright future, hasn't she? She's going to be such a big star when she gets to the main roster. Fans in fine voice. Have I missed some? Is Blake now a ref? Says Jared's. She was, Vicky is actually doing, she was trying to do bodybuilding stuff again. She was doing some sort of like bodybuilding exhibition. There was a tweet that was doing the rounds where she was kind of getting back into competition. Right now, Izzy grabbing. Soul knees coming into the midsection. I think in the corner. I think this was a pretty good match to open with. Knee coming into the midsection, Soul goes to the outside. I don't think we're done with Zarya yet, though, says Real John. Radiate Zombie said, as soon as I mention her in-ring being stale, Soul's now putting out some new moves, and it's making me eat my words. No, I think your point was valid, because I agree. What we're getting out of her here is what we would like to see. Tidy work, good selling, nice match, crowd are engaged, the odd occasional new move, but, you know, the work she's doing just looking tight regardless. Yeah, I mean, goods. But I can understand when you're saying that you haven't really felt that she's been delivering that in recent, like, months. Part of me does wonder if it is just the Zarya situation that has really been like a cloud. I think it has been that for me. I think the Zarya situation has just been a real cloud over Soul. One. Just a one count. Nice. Lovely crucifix pin there by Soul. She only gets a 2, though. Back elbow by Izzy. Izzy going for the pin. 1. No. Shoulder up. We've got the other members of the Cullen at ringside. Why did that look like Soul was checking on Izzy instead of trying to get her into the ring, said David. So I missed that moment. What do we think about Lola as champ, says Alfie? Because for me personally, I just can't get invested in the character. I feel like she could do with some character development. Yeah, I can understand that. I think I'm fine with it because I think this is a sink or swim moment for Lola. I think Lola has got support. I think there are things to like. I like her kicks and her striking. I was actually really impressed with her match with Kendall last week at MSG. But, of course, a large part of that is going to be Kendall. But I think Kendall's only just arrived. Kendall's got a really bright future. I'm okay with us going with Lola. I'm okay with Lola being the direction that we go. And this is going to be one of those sink or swim moments. It's like when we put the belt on JC. There was a lot of people like, oh, I'm not sure about JC, but she had that belt. She was put into matches. She had great matches. Fatal Influence really clicked. And, you know, she managed to get some momentum. And she became, you know, a great talent. And now it seems like she's on her way to the main roster. I think Lola, this is going to be her sink or swim moment. I hope she swims. I think she has got some great... I love those kicks when she's throwing those in. I think she's got a great, like, spinning back fist, back elbow. Those are a couple of things that I think of when I think of her. Obviously, she does dancing. She's got that Latina sort of vibe to her. Yeah, that springboard corkscrew. Look at that. It is really nice, that. Okay, this match carrying on. So, yeah, we're going to have to see sink or swim moment. Shot coming back there. I think the person most people, female-wise, are most invested in might be Sol Ruca, but it might be Tatum Paxley. Tatum Paxley might be the girl, the woman that people do like Jada Parker. This live crowd like Jada Parker. The women's, we're very fortunate. The women's division is very stacked. Back elbow there by Sol. And again, down goes Izzy. Izzy is back up. Izzy in the corner, chest first, looking for a German. Oh, that was good by Sol. That was nice. Nico Vance trying to encourage Izzy. Drop kick, missile drop kick. Kip up by Sol. Izzy down, Sol in control. Sol with a knee. Izzy goes down looking for the cover to shoulder up. Shoulder up. Big Meg said Sol's going to be great on the main roster as long as they tone her wrestling. As long as they tone her wrestling down. Do you mean don't tone her wrestling down? She's very innovative, isn't she? I don't think they will. I mean, you know, she's... we're seeing a lot of... that kind of high flying. I mean, think about what Javon's doing up there. Think about what Pensa, Ray Phoenix, Dragon Lee. Think about like Carmelo. Like, I think she'll transition absolutely fine to the main roster. Nice top rope enziguri there by Sol. Izzy in the corner. Sol charging over. Shot coming in there by Izzy. Sol, nice. Lands on her feet. Ah. 1, Izzy, 2, kick out by Sol. So, I mean, it's good contest, this. I feel like I'm watching a contest. I feel like I'm watching two women that are really trying to get the victory over each other. Sometimes you can watch matches and it feels like they're really working together, you know, and kind of shuffling into better positions and all this, but the pace of it, oh, nice spear there by Sol. Izzy rolls out the ring. Izzy goes out the ring. Sol, what's she going to look to do? She's got so many things in her box of tricks, isn't she? Oh. Izzy moves out the way. Ah, there's Zarya. Oh. No. Zarya spears Sol. We can't be surprised. Izzy Dame then about to put Sol away. 1, 2, 3. I mean, maybe if you want a silver lining, because you know me, I'm all about silver linings. What if it's like loser leaves NXT? I mean, what if the reason that Soul didn't go up to the main roster or didn't lose is because there's just a little bit more we're going to try and squeeze out of this feud? And what if the next match is going to be loser leaves NXT, Zarya wins, Soul goes. I say when this ends. Oh, she gave her a kiss as well. Ah, I say when this ends. Okay, earlier today we've got Vanity Projects, Hondos. Here's Blake. We did a thing? What? Did they buy her a replica? Feels like a belt, doesn't it? Ooh. Ooh. That belt's crazy, isn't it? It's got like bows and hearts on the one side, and then it's got like blood. He said that's not real blood. It's kind of like those two sides of Blake that she's been trying to show us that she's got. I really like that belt, man. It looks so good. I don't need the bows. But I like the two differing sides to it. But for the record, I don't need the bows. Yeah. Daze, how are you? Hello, Liam. I don't often watch NXT. I've not really watched since NXT 2.0, but I thought I'd give it a go again. Oh, well, I think it's worth a go. I think NXT can be a little bit hit and miss. Last year, I'd say it was the best brand. This year, I would say there's been some good shows. There's been some shows that are skippable. I think this has started off okay. Izzy Soul, pretty fun. Yeah. Now we've got, this'll be good, Keanu Carver, Josh Briggs, Jasper Troy. Big men with big meat. That did not sound out loud quite how I meant for that to sound. Big men with big meats. That's what we're watching now on NXT. Radiated Zombie said, I feel like Josh Briggs is lost in NXT, so he doesn't really do anything. He's just in hit and miss feuds, said Radiated Zombie. Big Migs is like, whoa! Yeah. Got your attention? Have I got your attention now? Yeah? Big man, big meat, live on NXT. Okay, let's get this at the bottom changed over. It's, I might as well put it here. Big meat, big men, big meat. Match. Big men, big meat match. Nice. This will be good, said Suzanne. Oh, Suzanne's interested. All of a sudden, Suzanne is on board. Oh, this will be good. Daze. Sorry, what? I was just doing some other bits and bobs. What did you say? The kid was genuinely WTF because Keanu didn't fist bump him. Oh, I missed that, Alex. I missed that. I don't think Keanu is a fist bumping kids kind of guy. So I did miss that. Daisy, you good at swimming? Said Millennial. I can survive. I wouldn't say I was good. When I was a kid, did like, 20 meters badge, 50 meters, 100 meters, that kind of nonsense. And so I can get into water and I'm okay. But I've never really taught myself how to be like a really strong swimmer or anything like that. Swimming is not something it's not, it's funny actually. That's not an activity I really ever do. I never ever think to myself, oh, I might go swimming today. That never, ever, ever crosses my mind. I'd have to go down to like the local swimming baths or whatever. I don't know. I've never even been in. When I used to live in Stourbridge, they have a place called the Crystal Leisure Centre. It's not very big, but it's good enough for when you live in a little town. And they had a slide that went outside, and it was like, oh my God, you get on the slide in the building, and it actually goes out the building and comes back in again. Oh, I mean, it's not the most exciting thing in the world, but mind-blowing. I mean, that would be the last time I ever really thought about going swimming, would be when I used to live in Stourbridge and I was young. So that's an interesting one, actually. Never, ever, ever, ever. I couldn't even tell you the last time I went swimming. When I went to Egypt last year, there was a little pool thing in the back. I never got in once. Never got into that. Never went to it. Never went. We were right by the sea. Never went into that either. I genuinely don't think I can tell. Do you know what? Actually, seriously, the last time I might have gone into like a pool of water is when I did that video with the wrestling moves that's on the channel. That's about 8 years ago. And that's when I went to Florida and there was a pool in the back and I was doing like drop kicking an inflatable and spearing it, F5 and all that kind of stuff. And that might have been the last time I was in like a pool. Yeah. Funny that I never really think about swimming. I didn't know that you went to Egypt. Yeah, I went last year. That's a place that I wanted to go. And Japan one day, said Radiated Zombie. Well, I never saw the pyramids. I have seen them before. I've been to Egypt before, actually, but I didn't see the pyramids or anything. Just went to this kind of hotel area where you just stay in the complex. It was all inclusive, and literally just that was it. I was streaming on the night a couple of times, and then in the day I would go and get some foods, listen to some music, keep up to date with the news, wrestling news. So yeah, it wasn't like going out to see the pyramids or anything. Okay, we are at commercial break, by the way. We're about to come back from it, and we are back from it. So 36 minutes have gone already into this week's NXT. We're about to get a big match with Keanu, Carver, Jasper, Troy, Josh Briggs. This could be really fun. We're just having a look at the crowds at the moment. Okay, we're backstage. There's Elio LaFleur. There's Dorian Van Dukes. EK Prosper. We haven't really seen much of Dorian Van Dukes, but we have seen him on Evolve. Next week. NXT debut next week for Dorian Van Dukes. All right, is facing EK Prosper next week. So I'm guessing that's going to be in the speed tournament. EK Prosper against Dorian Van Dukes. We're just having a look at Orlando. I don't know where that is. Okay, Jasper Troy making his way down. I've been to South Korea, Japan, and Alaska, but I was in the army then, says Denitria. That was a huge thing for me since I'd never been out of Alabama. Oh, that's really cool. That's really cool. I've never been to any of those places. I've never been to South Korea, Japan, or Alaska, or Alabama. It's crazy, isn't it, to think there's like so many places out there that I've never seen. I mean, I've probably seen, well, I've seen them definitely on movies and TV shows and whatnot, but yeah, never been. Okay, we're underway. We got Jasper Troy driving Josh Briggs into corner. Keanu Carver on the outsides. He's pulling the big man out the ring and looking to throw him into the ring steps. Keanu Carver getting back into the ring. Draco said, I'd love to go to Japan. Japan. Kick coming in by Briggs. Shot by Briggs as well. Let's get rid of the pole for that opening match. 1, 2, shoulder up. Okay, opening match then. You lot said was good 99. Okay, I think that's fair. Good 99. Keanu charging into Josh Briggs, gets scooped up. Oh, Jasper Troy collides into Keanu. Keanu goes down. Keanu, middle of the ring, gets chucked back into Briggs. I love Keanu's look, man. I think Keanu just looks so cool. Against the ropes. Bang. Down goes Jasper Troy. Keanu with a big right hand. Josh Briggs goes down. 1, 2. Briggs makes the save. Briggs makes the save. He's seeing Tweety birds right now. Keanu grabbing Briggs against the ropes. Back elbow coming in. Keanu against the ropes. Clothesline. Short arm clothesline. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Kick coming in there by Keanu. Briggs in the corner. Down he goes. Keanu standing over Briggs. So Troy's on the outside at the moment. Crowd aren't really losing their minds over this, you know. Kicks coming in. Keanu's looking good. He's carving him up right now, says Booker. Booker was enjoying his comments then. He was like, a Molotov cocktail about to explode, man. And you could just see in the background him turning to Vic going... I think Booker says this stuff sometimes. And then, like, turns to Vic's like, did you like that, yeah? Did you like that? Keanu back in the ring. It's a bit slow, isn't it? Big boot there by Briggs. I love matches when big men fight in the ring, said Dean. To the outsides. 20 years ago, this match would have been for a hardcore title, said Trem. Oh, big boot there by Briggs. Briggs charging over, another big boot. Down goes both guys. Got all three guys on the outsides. Okay. This is like the NXT version of Ober Brock versus Daze, said Matteo. Booker T is great at what he says, said Reyes. Mosey said, I do wish there was a rule where if there are any main roster stars in catering or not being used properly, then bring them to NXT to give them a boost. Right? Yeah. Okay, commercial break. Daze, how do we feel about Birthright? Or not great. I think the group's quite big. I think that they don't really know. It feels like they're a bit of a joke group. I mean, I feel like Ariana Grace was like a comedy character, but I don't know that she's doing comedy now. Don't really see her loads on NXT. I think she wrestles and probably is a bit more active on TNA. But yeah, and then you've got like Stax, who I don't know. Is this like it's like a comedy group that's not really doing comedy, but they're not winning matches either. And I don't know. They're just sort of there, aren't they? That's the only thing you can say about them. It feels like a load of people that have been shoved together, given a name, and they're just sort of there. I don't think the branding is very strong. I don't think the booking is very strong. It could get somewhere. I'm not saying that it's dead on arrival, but is anyone getting excited by that group? I can't imagine there's too many people out there that are like Birthright stans. So, I don't know. Maybe it'd be good if we got them into like a really big story over the summer. Maybe if we started doing some vignettes where we could like dig into kind of the relationships between them. I mean, that'd be good, actually. I mean, imagine if like Ariana and Stax had an issue with Uriah Connors. And but they really like Charlie Dempsey. And you can like play around with some of that. I mean, you might be able to get somewhere then. There's a severe underinvestment into them at the moment. Right now, we're still at commercial break. I like Charlie Dempsey, and I do want Birthright to succeed, but that's the only reason why, really, says Alex. Who's that screaming in the crowd? It sounds like they're being murdered, said Jordan. Do you get that sometimes, you know? Sometimes you do get that where there's people, like, screaming in the crowd. Okay, right now we've got Briggs going down. I feel like the pace of this is really slow now. There's not much happening, but then we are at commercial break. Keanu goes down, going for the pin. This match feels like it's fallen off the tracks. Let's go Jasper chant breaks out from the fans. Okay, we're about to come back in 10 seconds. Okay, here we go. We've got all three in the middle of the ring. Keanu trying to fight back. Carver. Big forearm coming back there by Briggs. Against the ropes goes Briggs over the other side. Crossbody, down goes Troy, right on the shoulder. Boom. Power slam. 1, 2, Keanu. No joy. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Briggs. It's like a bunch of untalented men, said Spawny. It's certainly had its challenges. Pick him up. Bang. Spinebuster. Wonder if we can stick a pretty big ending, though. That'd be good. I don't think this match needed this amount of time. I don't know why they gave it so much time. Fans are still applauding. Well, they're relatively quiet, but they're still applauding. We got Josh Briggs going over in the corner. Keanu has shown his strength, and that's been good, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Kicks coming in by Keanu. Mosey said, as crazy as it sounds, I would bring the Wyatts to NXT. Shining Wizard said, I always think these big boy matches are better when you put in a quick little guy to be in there with them. Right now we got Jasper and we've got Keanu going at it. Shot coming in there by Keanu. Jasper, double axe handle. Scoops up Briggs, slams him down. Charging over. Gotta be getting towards the end of this thing. Jasper Troy in control. Briggs down, looking for a choke slam. Gets it. Choke slam to Keanu Carver. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up by Briggs. Jasper Troy looks confused. Can't believe it. Fans are applauding away. Steve said this is Pat's dream match. Yes. Yes. Oh, to the outside goes Jasper Troy by Briggs. Oh, big right hand there by Briggs. Shot coming back there by Carver. These two exchanging blows. Back and forth. There's an indent in the mat to our left. Is there? Keanu collides into Briggs. Keanu going over against the ropes. Big boot. Briggs goes down. Another big boot. Jasper Troy comes in. He collides into Briggs. Briggs goes down. Jasper Troy then looking to put Briggs away. Keanu comes in. They charge Troy to the outside. He goes flying over the rope. Big shot there by Briggs. Keanu goes back. People are pointing and talking about the woman on hard cam. Keanu. Oh, I tell you what, that is very impressive. 1, 2, 3. Keanu pins Briggs and gets the victory. This is so strange, said Wrestler. It was so long. I don't know why they made it that long. I mean, big guys like just going at each other. There was a lot of repetition in there. There was some nice moments as well, but I think it was just a little bit buried by just a lot of fluff. I hope whoever booked this match ain't going to be booking the Brock Ober match. I like Keanu Carver winning, though. I do like Keanu Carver. Okay. We're backstage with Shiloh and Tatum. All right, there's a mixed tag tonight. Tatum and Shiloh. Okay, we're going to that tag match now. DarkState taking on Joe, Ethan. Joe making his way down, Ricky, and Tony. Can they coexist? Ba, 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 ba. Okay. Defo, some sort of love angle with Shiloh, said Radiate Zombie. Those two are likable together, said Shining Wizards. Jeremy believes. What's going to be the main event tonight? Actually, don't know. Lola, maybe? Maybe we close out with Lola celebrating. Someone interrupts. Tatum has got a friend in Shiloh now. Does that mean he is going to main roster or be fired soon, as Tatum's story is to be left alone? I think this one might work out because I think they like him. I don't think they're going to fire him, and he's certainly not ready for the main roster yet. So this one might work out. Okay. We are at commercial break whilst we just go through the intros. Here's Ethan. Jared said, I sent you a tweet. What's your thoughts? My thoughts are... yeah, Pat originally turned that down. Yeah, that's been around today. It's in today's Unseen. I don't really have any thoughts, honestly. I mean, I wish he had turned it down, of course. I think it's interesting that he turned it down. It would suggest that he maybe thought it was a bad idea for him to be the person. It could suggest that he was a bit worried about, like, the burnout, because he was on commentary before, wasn't he? And he got burnt out. It would suggest that, you know, he didn't want to do it. For whatever the reason, he didn't want to do it. And then was, you know, managed to be convinced into being that person. He came back and accepted. So, yeah, I don't really have much thoughts. I just wish it had stayed that way. I wish that we'd found, like... I think Kevin would have been brilliant. Kevin could have been great in that role. Here's Tony. Matteo said, I hate these type of matches. Why make a big match where they hate each other just for them to then tag? That's like Roman and Punk tagging. Do you know, Matteo, I did wonder if they were going to make Roman and Punk tag. WWE do love those can they coexist type things. They love them. Tony making his way down. Okay, DarkState about to come out. I hope that Blake and Jackson don't become a couple. That would shatter my heart, said Rico. Well, they might do. They might have DarkState babies. Oh, they're not in DarkState. I meant Vanity Project babies. Hondos. DarkState are coming out now. Jay had, shout out to you. Daze, I hope you got my package. Don't open it until you're alone and you've got a strong stomach. I've made you macaroni penis art using my love juices as the glue. Oh, thank you. I mean, there was only one thing that I was hoping to get in 2026, and it was actually that. So, yeah, very exciting. Okay, we're underway then. It's time for match number 3. It's a big 8-man tag match. That's what we've got right now. 8-man tag. Daze WrestleTix just tweeted the Wrestlemania update, and there is still little to no movement with them not dropping the prices. Okay. I don't think anyone is going to be shocked that that angle on Friday didn't shift tickets. It's going to be interesting to see if they shift tickets as we get closer. I gotta be honest, and people are going to not appreciate it. I hope they don't. I think this is the best way to push back on TKO. You can complain online, but if you want to actually make a statement, then not buying the tickets is a good way of making a statement. Obviously, if they sell a load of WrestleMania tickets now, that will just sort of confirm to them that this angle was a success. So I sort of hope that they don't sell any more tickets, to be honest. I'll take some short-term pain for long-term gain. Don't get involved in creative. That's the message to TKO. Okay. Shot coming in. Let's get rid of this poll. Let's get rid of the poll. Ronnie, hello. Hope all is well. The Cody comment, you're my favourite YouTuber. I don't want to pee you off. I've watched since 97. I don't want to leave it, but they must do better. Listen, I've got no issue. There's no issues here. Goods 92. Okay. Yeah, no problems this end. Okay, our opening match got good 99. Our second match got good 92. Rico said Daze Blake should just go after Lola. She doesn't need help from Vanity Project to win. We saw her beat Zarya for a title, so she can beat Tatum soon down the line. She needs to keep working hard. She's my glamour queen. Well, yeah, I mean, Cutler's in. I think she's got a bright future. I mean, she'll be fine. I think she's a little bit lost, though, because the thing with Blake is she keeps teasing that she's got this dark side, and that's sort of reflected in this belt that she's just been given. But we don't really see it very often, if ever. So you've kind of got that going on. Then you've got, like, this whole thing with Vanity Projects, and I'm not sure where that's taken us. So you've kind of got that going on as well. And you've got that sort of Sabrina Carpenter sort of presentation. I just find it hard to pin down what she is. She's the glamour, I get that. But there seems to be other elements. And I just don't feel like any of it is really working. That kind of split personality is not working. You've not communicated that. I think the glamour thing, you need to, if you really want to do it, you got to go further with it. You do those kind of her in a bath vignettes. That's fine. I think a little talk show segment for her would be good. I think I'd like to... Maybe she needs someone that does pander after her. If she's the glamour, then surely there should be someone that does all the dirty work around her, you know? Someone that's like, you know, cleaning while she's just sort of sat there, puts her hand out, they give her a drink. And I just don't feel like we've really gone far enough into it. I don't feel like they've cracked this at all yet with Blake Monroe. Ricky, in control. Metal Mama said, I don't believe in Joe Hendry. Radiated Zombie said, if we remember when Cody won the Rumble and TKO tried to make The Rock take his spot at Mania, the fans protested. They changed it back to Cody, Roman, so that we know we can make things change, said Radiated Zombie. Well, that's true, but it was there was a movement, wasn't there? That's the big difference. If you want change, there has to be a movement. There's been anger recently, but there's not been a hashtag. There's not been a movement. Cyrus, crossbody, down goes Ricky, down goes Ethan. Blake doesn't need the Rizzler. Bang. Saquon Sugar, the Sugar Man, says Booker. Millennial said, I don't believe in Joe Hendry. My last girlfriend cheated on me, and I'm never going to believe or trust any human again, said Millennial. Nice. Matteo said, can they coexist match is such a dumb gimmick. We all know they're just going to argue and lose to the actual team. Bang, shot coming in. Yeah, I hear that. Saquon to the outside. Dion charging over. Back elbow there by Tony. I'll tell you the other problem with these matches. It's that, again, I find myself sitting here and it's like, what does it matter? What does it matter? What does it matter who gets the victory, you know? I mean, if DarkState win, what does that achieve? If this thrown together team win, what does that achieve? This feels like a house show match. Tony in the corner. Kit Wilson would be perfect for Blake Monroe. Oh, that could be good. That could be good. Yes, I could. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. And he could keep losing, and she like keeps being let down by him. But you could imagine some guy coming to chat up like Blake and him going like, "You're toxic," and all this, like, "Get away, toxic." And Blake could be like, Kit, let the man sit down. Kit's like looking at him dirty as the guy kind of sits down to speak to Blake. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's stuff you can do there. I think that's a great suggestion. Spinebuster, boom. Jared said, do we believe he turned it down though? Or are they just saying that because of the backlash? Well, that's a good thought. I mean, obviously, there's no way of knowing. I could believe that he turned it down. I could believe that he turned it down because he's got a lot on his plate, actually. He's got his podcast. He's been doing, like, some episodes of something. To then get involved in, like, this major story. Especially when I think he really suffered burnout when he was on commentary, and obviously we didn't see how that showed itself, but like I would imagine like he was exhausted back to the hotel room, just not in a good place mentally, and he probably said to himself, I'm not gonna do that again. I mean, I do believe that he is a fan of WWE. I believe that, and I believe that he, you know, wanted to give his best and everything. I believe that as well. And so for him to have to sort of walk away probably was, you know, something that he didn't really want to be doing. So for them to offer him that and for him to turn it down, there's maybe a little bit there that I could believe that, yes, he would do that. But you don't know, do you? You don't know if you're being worked on anything. Because there's a lot about this that I think is true. And then there's a lot about this I think is a work. And I would love the full story one day as to... we're just having to put pieces together at the moment. Headlock there by Saquon. Masterbat said, Cutler James looks like a 2K basic creator wrestler. He's the one in this group that really feels like he doesn't belong. I think that there is some interest in there, though, because my understanding is he's got a legit wrestling background. So I think there is something to him. I don't mind the singlet look. I'm sort of okay with that. I just don't think his vibe is right for DarkState. I also don't know that DarkState needs 4 people. Saquon on the shoulders, but yeah, you're not alone in saying that. There's been a lot of others that kind of feel that way. Bang, spinebuster. Cyrus with Joe. Joe gets planted. Kick out by Joe. Stomp coming in by Saquon. This has been a very strange episode of NXT. I really found myself enjoying that opening women's match. I think that second match felt like it went a bit too long. And I gotta be honest, at the moment, I don't really know why I'm meant to massively care about where this one's going. So it's a bit of a weird follow-up to Stand and Deliver. Joe against the ropes. Joe goes down. Night 1's at 39,000. Night 2's at 41. The cheapest is 215. They're remaining stubborn. And as a result, people aren't buying, said Big Time. Well, there is chat of those tickets coming down in price in the summer. I mean, I don't know if they'll reduce those ticket prices. I don't really know how that works, though. I mean, I suppose you just pay the price the ticket was when you bought it. I mean, what if you spent a load of money and then the prices go down? What would be stopping you getting a refund? Tickets are all really confusing, aren't they? Because you can't really get a refund. I think you have to go on the resale sites. To be honest, I don't really go to that many events. I don't really go to concerts and gigs because I'm always streaming, so I don't really have much experience. And if ever I was going to go to a gig, I just bought a ticket and went. So I don't have any experience of like getting refunds on tickets or anything like. Ooh, that was kind of nice from Cutler. He had Joe, swung him round into a backbreaker. Bang, big splash. 1, 2. I could understand it being bad from a PR point of view, though. Could you imagine if like load of people bought tickets for a few $100, $300, and then you mark them down to 100? You could understand those people being upset. I wonder if they're aware of that. Miles, born through the crowd, double axe handle, down goes Dion. Dion into the commentary table. Miles Bourne going off on Dion. Okay, something happens. Something happened. Dion is not in this match now, so now it's like a handicap match. Shot coming in there by Joe. Joe trying to make the tag. Tony is the one that gets tagged in. Okay, they didn't coexist very well there, did they? Tony just pulled the legs of Ricky and Ethan, pulled them off the edge of the ring so that he could be the one that was tagged in. Tony in the ring right now. German there by Tony. Osiris. German there by Tony. Kick coming into the midsection. Fisherman suplex. 1, 2. Save mates. Save mates. Duck underneath. Ricky against the ropes. Middle of the ring. To the outside goes Ricky. Ethan. That's good teamwork. Good teamwork there by Saints. Shot coming in. Osiris down. Boot to the midsection by Cutler. Gut wrench. Gut buster. Cutler James. Clothesline by Tony. We got fireworks in the match though. Now we got some fireworks. Tony. Joe to the outside. Tony in the ring. Against ropes goes to... big kick there by Saquon. Inzaguri kick. Nice. Picks him up. Back slap tag by Ethan. Ethan, oh no. A kick to Tony. Ethan, he wants to get the win for himself. 1, 2, 3. Twisted grin, gets it. I thought the end of that got goods. The end of that got goods. Ethan Page. Tony is now looking for revenge on Ethan. Plants him down. Big Time said, this NXT episode feels a bit like a cold product. The storylines are a bit bland. New guys aren't clicking in. The matches don't have heat. What's got the interest at the moment? Kendall Gray. Just any of her matches are going to have my interest. Keanu Carver, if he was doing something a bit better. Women's division's not bad. Don't know how I feel about Kalani against Miss Parker, Jada. Yeah, there's not loads that's kind of really grabbing, like seriously, like really, oh, I can't wait to see this, you know? I'll be interested to see how Lola does as champion. Here's your walk-in reality check. Oh yeah, I saw this clip. Good. I love the NXT women's division, but the women on NXT need promo work. That's the main problem. They're good in the ring, but bad on the mic. They got bad characters. They do need to solve that. Even Lola said Radiated Zombie. Okay, here's Birthright. We were talking about them earlier. Birthrights are making their way down. I think this is the first Birthright entrance I've seen. It's a big group, in it? 5 people. Okay, it's going to be Lexis. Who's he facing? I don't even know who he's facing. Is that's not Mike Cunningham, is it? Who needs Jericho when you got Lexis, said Dr. Luchalala. They need to drop Stacks, says Yabba. Who is that guy he's facing? I feel like I've seen that guy in Evolve. It's not Mike Cunningham, but there is a guy that looks like Mike Cunningham. It's going to be one of those when they say the name. I'm going to be like, oh, yeah. We've seen him a couple of times in Evolve. I hope JC gets teamed with Chelsea on the main roster, said Spawny Boy. Do we agree that JC getting called up, Fatal Influence have to go with her? I think they do, as it works better as a group. Oh, I wouldn't be against it. Yeah, I think they could do. I don't think Fatal Influence are any less ready than... Because I like Lainey as well. Lainey is the one that's got the least experience, but she's had some good matches. I think she's in a better place than Liv Morgan was when Liv Morgan first went up. I mean, it's crazy to think Liv Morgan got called up, 2018? Something like that. You know, by the end of 2019, she's gone solo. She's, interrupting Lana's wedding. So, I mean, she's probably been on that main roster about 8 years or so now, Liv Morgan. And, for the first 4 years or so, it was pretty rough. You could say the first 2 years especially, but the first 4 years, you could say, were not great. So, yeah, I think you could call them up, but you'd have to just be aware that they're going to have to... there's going to have to be a lot of patience. Because I don't know... I don't feel like Fallon is quite ready to call up. Definitely would want to see her cutting more live promos and having more big singles matches. It's just experience that I'd want to see from her. Lainey, I've got no idea. Like, you know, live promo. I know she can do it as part of Fatal Influence, but I mean, like, being in the ring on her own, cutting a promo on her own. We've seen, like, you know, that's been an issue for quite a few of the women. Well, just quite a few people, but there's quite a few women like Izzy Dame, for example, that can struggle with that. Blake Monroe as well can be a bit off when it comes to her in-ring promos. Tatum's very good. But I don't really know about Fallon or Lainey, what they would be like. Jace is fine. So I suppose that's the concern, really. And they might already have a plan for her. They might know how they want to use her. So if that's the case, then it might be that she does just go up without them. But I do like that group as a group. I like that. I like them. I would be very tempted to keep them together. Fallon's been around forever, but you don't think she's ready? No, well, the amount of time you're around doesn't really matter, does it? I mean, Andre Chase has been around forever, and I wouldn't say he was ready either. Like, it's about, can I sit here and say that she's really good at cutting promos on her own in a ring? I can't, because I can't really give you loads of examples of when I've seen it. Can I say that, like, she's good in high-profile singles PLE matches? Can't, because I don't think I've really seen it. So the thing with Fallon is she's been around a long time, but she has been doing, like, tag team work, faction work, speed matches. She might get a match on NXT, but I think we're not pushing her enough. You know, she's been around a long time, you are correct, but I feel like you got to push her. You gotta have her in different situations and scenarios, and, you know, kind of tick some of those boxes. I feel like when it comes to NXT, there's probably a bit of a checklist of things that you need to know that they're capable of doing. And, you know, some of that stuff is, oh yeah, Starboy at Starboy. That's right. We saw him last Wednesday. Actually, he's really new. We've only seen him, I think, once last week on Wednesday. I don't remember him having all this big sort of... He's a great talent, you know. He's a great wrestler. He has got a shot at the championship. Against the ropes. Lands on his feet. Jumping. Nice. Kick coming in. We did a triple threat last week of, like, new people that had joined, and he ended up winning it. Oh, look at that. 1, 2. Oh, we got some Starboy chants coming on. Did he steal his boots from a clown? Said Masterback. Yes, let's go. Looking for a swinging net breaker, no joy. Oof. Oh, impressive. Great work. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Starboy charging in. Back elbow there by Lexis. Lexis to the outside. Starboy down. Great work. Love that. Kind of like a backflip into a Pele kick. Straps are coming. Oh, he did this the other day, and his dungarees looked like they were going to fall down. This is great. He's making a name for himself here as the star boy. He's going up. Oh, my God. Oh, that was moody, mate. 1, 2, 3. Lexis gets it. Starboy went big. That's a shame that they ended that so quick. I mean, it's only a speed match, so it was only 3 minutes, but it was really enjoyable. Yeah, that was still a really good performance from the Starboy. King wins. Oh, man, that's moody. Rick Boogs got off the juice, said Wrestle with Andy. It is Rick Boogs' ex. Okay, King against either EK Prosper or Dorian Van Dukes. We don't bother rating speed matches. Okay, we're backstage with Miles. Good performance from Starboy, though. Is the Starboy? Okay, Tony wants Ethan. Oh, there's Keanu. Keanu winning big tonight. Okay. Shiloh and Tatum coming down. We got 35 minutes to go. Starboy looked good in that match. Looks like a bright future, says Steve. Reminds me, back in the early 90s with Jericho, when he went by Lion Tamer, no one really knew who he was, said Eric. Tatum, Shiloh, taking on Blake and Jackson. Okay. There's going to be an announcement from Robert Stone later, says Steve. Tatum changes her gear so much. She's always got new and different, said Radiated Zombie. That was a big win for Keanu, said Yabba Dabba Drewski. Daze, I'm going to go to bed in a few minutes, but before I go, I want you to make a prediction video on Saturday for Wrecking Backlash. Don't even know what that is, but... we should have a WrestleMania prediction coming up this weekend. Okay, we are at commercial break. When did NXT Revenge get announced? I wonder if that's going to be the announcement. I wonder if there is going to be an announcement there. NXT Revenge was a trademark today, wasn't it? So there is something coming that's NXT Revenge. I believe it to be a show. Lola Vice main eventing? Think so. Yes, think so. Are you doing Hall of Fame after Smackdown? Yes, Radiated Zombie, yes. Even when we lose the bigger stars to the main roster, NXT just keeps building up new people, said Shining Wizards. Dr. Luchalala said, is that a new PLE? I don't know if it's a new PLE. It could be. Or it could be like a TV special as well. A way to try and get people to tune into just the weekly episode by making it a bit of a themed sort of special. So either of those. I definitely think it's the name for a show. Last Woman Standing was posted by someone from Fightful, says Tyler. What would that be, Soul Zarya? Or do you mean for tonight? Because we've only got half an hour. There hasn't been anything in... Well, when did Tony said he wanted Ethan? That's not going to be tonight, is it? I'm guessing that'll be for next week. Lola is what I'm expecting to close out the show. It could be NXT version of Backlash. Could be. Could be. I don't know. All we know is that it's been trademarked, and I believe it is a show name. It's just shown that the final of Speed will be 2 weeks. NXT Revenge. Oh, did it? That's so. They've said it'll be in 2 weeks at NXT Revenge in 2 weeks' time. Oh. Well, they haven't even flipping announced that. Yeah, you're right. That passed me by. Let's have a look. Speed Championship match, NXT Revenge, week 2. So I'm guessing NXT Revenge week 2. Does that mean that it is a TV special then? NXT Revenge week 1 and NXT Revenge week 2. I wonder if they're taking a leaf out of the Rey de Reyes, because that was a special that was on a Saturday, which kind of replaced their normal TV show, and that went for 3 weeks. So I wonder if they're doing like NXT Revenge week 1, NXT Revenge week 2. And I wonder if it's NXT Revenge next week. If that's week 2. And why does the NXT Revenge logo look exactly like the Starboy logo? I keep looking at that going, is that NXT Revenge? But that says Starboy and that says Revenge, and it looks the same. Okay. Yeah, interesting. What's this? Okay, we're talking about Sean. Oh, yeah, the new docu... Oh, that's going to be good, isn't it? That's on the 13th. Monday. Only on Peacock? But what about me? What about me? There we go. Look, there she is with her new belt. Blake Monroe. She actually looks really good with Jackson Drake. I could totally buy them as a couple. I don't hate this, you know. I don't hate this. I wonder what Zayda Steele's feeling about this, because Zayda Steele used to be in Vanity Projects. She's gone, and they've got Blake Monroe, seemingly, now. Tatum's all smiles. Now that I've seen him, I quite like the entrance, said Radiated Zombie. She's busy in Ring of Honor, isn't she? Said Lucha Lola. I don't know what she's doing at the moment. No, she did go over with AEW, didn't she? So is she in Ring of Honor? Blake with her championship. I didn't realise it's actually pink on one side. I thought it was white. But it's pink on one side, red and black on the other. Blake holds up her belt. Tatum holds up her belt. Blake tries to snatch. Okay, we've got a tug of war with the belts here. Okay, I think we're about to get underway. Blake goes over. I wonder if that'll lead to a ladder match. Normally when we've got this kind of a situation, we just put both belts above the ring and we do a good old ladder match. Rico said, I hate Jackson Drake. She stole my girl. Bank. Blake on top. That scythe tattoo from Drake looks so weird, says Trent. Okay, Blake is going over and making a tag. In comes Jackson Drake. She's not even the champion and she's got a belt. Next, they're going to give Danhausen a World Heavyweight Championship. Said, yeah, he'd love that. I wouldn't be surprised if he stole a replica and actually walked around acting like he was world champ. Enziguri kick misses there by Jackson Drake. Gut wrench on the top rope. Shots coming into the back there by Shiloh. So throwing in some shots. Jackson Drake feeling that, man. Feeling that. Feeling that. Shiloh going to the outsides. Big clubbing blows. Rain down. Shiloh in control. Shiloh in control. Lovely kick there by Tate. I love it when she does that. Leg drop. Guillotine leg drop. Going up. Shiloh. Bang. Comes down. Shiloh going for the cover. 1, 2. Kick out by Jackson. Fans are with Shiloh, chanting away. Okay, Blake doesn't want to... I kind of like that. I like Blake being like a carb. Jackson was looking to tag back out. Oh, Tatum grabs Blake by the hair. Actually quite like this match. Doesn't mean anything. But because of Blake joining up with Vanity Project, we're kind of learning about their relationship. Whoa, cameraman just got knocked there by Jackson. Jackson made the save. Tatum helps fire Shiloh in the corner. Blake charging in. She collides into Jackson. Blake goes down. Jackson goes down. Okay. They're both being stretched. Blake screaming out. Jackson screaming out. Fans are chanting tap tap. I don't even know who the legal person is. I think it's Jackson, isn't it? Because Blake wouldn't tag out. So I think it's Jackson. Against the ropes goes Shiloh and Tatum. They collide into... Okay, Blake goes into the arms of Brad Baylor. Brad puts her down. Okay. That was awesome. They're holding hands, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Okay, we're going to commercial break. Okay, Tatum goes on the outside. She wants to get to Blake. Vanity Project are blocking. Blake gets back in the ring. Tatum goes in after her. That allows Blake to get the advantage. Stomping away. We've got about 20 odd minutes to go. Surely Blake and Vanity Project will win this, said William. Daze, why don't do many documentaries? I don't know what you mean, Bishop. WWE. Inzaguri. They're doing a couple coming up. We got a Shawn one, we got a Hulk Hogan one. Super kick coming in there by Tatum. Blake goes back over to the corner. Jackson's back in with Shiloh. Is Carmen Live your favourite member? I thought it might have been me, said Big Tony Khan. Well, Carmen Live is here. Days, I might go to the Maria Reiner Center in Hobart, Indiana to see ARW Pro on Saturday. Yes. Yes. Bang. Surely everyone knows you now, Carmen, there. Surely Trog's like, Carmen, how you doing, buds? Big back body drop. Jackson, bang, lands on Shiloh, but only gets a 2. We're at commercial break. Days, if anyone does, who do we think will interrupt Lola later tonight? Kendall would be good. Fallon would be interesting. Kendall would be good because they wrestled last week and it was a draw. Then Kendall didn't lose at the weekend, so Kendall could be like, I want my shot. That would make sense, and we haven't seen her on the show yet. Then, of course, like Fallon could come out with Laney. Because I'm guessing Jace is gone, so what do we do with Fallon and Laney? So do we have Fallon come out with Laney by her side? I mean, what's the future going to be for those? I mean, obviously, these are the names that are the most obvious. I actually don't know, outside of that, who's free at the moment. I mean, Thea Hale is not doing anything. I don't see the show closing with Thea Hale coming out and challenging Lola. I don't think Ren would. She's the current speed champion. Jada's in a feud. Kalani's in a feud. Don't expect it to be a Nikita or anyone like that. Tatum is obviously out there at the moment. So is Blake. Yeah, it's probably going to be one of those that I'm expecting. One of those like a Fallon or a Kendall. Shot coming in. Will Robert announce Lola's opponent? Well, they've surely got to announce NXT Revenge. Do we like Robert Stone as manager? For me, he hasn't got much character. He's a bit stale. Yeah, I think he's a bit stale. I'm going to go to Mania next week, and I'm going to do the meet and greet with Booker. Are you? You going? Well, have a great time, Wrestle with Andy. And you're doing the meet and greet with Booker, are you? That's great. Well, have fun. Shots coming down there by Jackson Drake. We used to like WWE 24, but we don't do any of those. Oh, yeah. I think a lot of those, though, were content for when we had the network. We don't have the network anymore. When we had the network, we were trying to find new ways of getting people to subscribe to the WWE network. And one of the ways they did that was by coming out with, you know, different new programs. And I think 24 was a network thing. So when the network went, we kind of stopped having to worry about making that kind of programming. There have been A&E documentaries. That kick resulted in Shiloh's Tuth coming out. Bang! Down goes Jackson. Jake, this match carrying on. Daze, what do we think about WrestleManias for each day? Would we switch any of the matches? No, I think they're pretty well balanced. I think there will be a women's match that gets added tonight too. There's probably just a women's match that feels like it's missing. Night one has got Liv, Stephanie. It's also got AJ, Becky. It's also got the women's tag. That's night one. Night two, I think, is Rhea and Jade. I don't think it's got another women's match. So, but I think Io Asuka will get added to that. So, no, it feels fairly well balanced. I mean, there's matches on both days I'm interested in seeing. So, it doesn't really matter to me, to be honest, because I'm watching both days, aren't I? So it doesn't really matter, because we'll end up just watching every match anyway. Blake is being dragged over to the corner. Right now, we got Tatum going up. We got 16 minutes to go. We still got that Lola segment. Tatum is perched. Shiloh to the outside. Tatum, no joy. Blake's up. Big boot to the midsection. Double underhooks. Oh, cemetery. Nope. Tatum with a kick, a shot there to Jackson. Glamour shots. 1, 2, 3. And there we go. Blake pins Tatum. Feels like this isn't over. There we go. Let's get a poll up, shall we? See what people think about that victory. I mean, like, it's another match where you kind of go, oh, I don't think it really matters. I do think Blake pinning Tatum, though, should get Blake another shot at the title. And I do think it's interesting to see how Blake is interacting with Vanity Project. Okay, here we go. Here's Robert Stone. Next week. 2-week special NXT Revenge. So it's going to be Tony against Ethan. Soul against Zarya. Last woman standing, so that was correct. I like it. I like it. That's going to be exciting next week. NXT Revenge. 2-week special. Coming up next, Lola Vice. Lola Vice. Shiloh and Tatum versus Blake and Jackson. Daze, I feel like we would have been excellent addition to Vanity Project due to your handsome young looks. Yes. I agree. I'd be a very good driver for the Vanity Project. Days after Blake wins the title, I want her gone from Vanity Project. She can do it on her own. Rico, you're just upset that Jackson is snuggling up to Blake. They're probably sleeping together, getting really close late at night, falling asleep in each other's arms. I don't know what you're so upset about. That's why you want her gone. Lady Frost debuting here would have been great. And it sucks that MLW scooped her up, says Alex. Yeah, but we are kind of past winter now. We're into spring, so I don't think she's going to be as effective. Wrestle Rants said Callie Armstrong has got a world of potential. I was expecting her in NXT sooner. Well, they did say she was coming soon. I mean, maybe she makes her presence felt here. Perhaps we're going to go too strong Armstrong. It's not a bad shout, that, Wrestle Rants. We could get the arrival of Callie Armstrong. Blake Monroe is sort of in a tough situation because everything she does in NXT gets compared to AEW. She did feel like a major star when she was getting that Timeless rub. I think we'd all love that Timeless rub. NXT Revenge, is it their version of WrestleMania Backlash? No, it's a TV special, so it's just going to be like over the next couple of weeks. I mean, I suppose it is a backlash in the sense of it's in response to Stand and Deliver, but this is like a 2-week TV special. It's going to be good. It'll make tuning in next week a bit more exciting. We know we're going to get a championship match. Alex said, I don't mind Revenge. It's a cool enough name. What was your favourite match from Stand and Deliver? I think, do you know what? I actually went back and I watched parts of it, and here's Callie. I think honestly, I think the women's triple threat is probably the best match. I wasn't raised to be a quitter. I was raised to be a champion. Debuts at Revenge. There we go. Debuts at Revenge. Do we think NXT Revenge will be in Vegas? Don't think so. They haven't announced it. They did actually have NXT in Vegas, and I don't think they liked it, because I think most people look to leave WrestleMania weekend on the Tuesday. So they stick around for the Raw, but they go on the Tuesday. By doing NXT on that Tuesday, some people stuck around a little bit longer, but most were going by that point. So I think the feeling was that NXT on the Tuesday after WrestleMania doesn't work being in Vegas. So I'm not expecting that to be in Vegas this year. Let's go, said Alex. I'm surprised they haven't done more with the mixed tag stuff. They've got the right people for it, like AJ Punk, Seth Becky, Chelsea Ethan, Stax Ariana, Shiloh Tate. And that's a good point, that is. I agree with you, Shining Wizards. Joe Hendry's going to be in concert next week. I'm sure it'll be better than when Ricky was in concert. Jada Parker, Miss Parker, Kalani Jordan. That goes down next week. Week 1. Revenge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 de Mayo. I find music, it takes too long to hit. Lola voice. Lola NXT. You deserve it, Chance. You deserve it. First Cuban American champion. I thought I was ready for this when I first walked through the door. Is this where we're going to debut Takahashi? Is Evil coming out? Hmm. I like this. I had to learn how to earn my place. I wasn't ready if I look back. It's a good promo, and she's in the ring on her own. I always feel like she's on the verge of crying. Is anyone else getting that? Okay, it's being interrupted. It's Fatal Influence, and it's JC. Well, I wasn't expecting to see JC. I thought it was going to be Fallon and Laney. I was not expecting JC. It's the last win you'll ever get off of me. JC goes off on the fans. Are we going to get a Fatal Influence breakup, do you reckon? Crowd are continuing to boo. It's it's a good job she's such a good promo and so comfortable, because this would throw a lot of people off. Here's Robert Stone. Rematch. Next week. Oh, that's nice. Next week. JC against Lola. Next week. JC loses. Fatal Influence turn on her. JC goes to the main roster. Shots coming in by Lola. Kick coming in. I wonder if JC knew this was going to happen. I wonder if, like, she thought she was done at the weekend. They were like, oh, would you mind just doing a couple more? Main roster aren't ready for you quite yet, so we're just going to do a little extra with you. Crowd are really ready for a different champ. They're on fire, said Shining Wizards. Could next week be JC's farewell? Almost certainly. I actually really like this music. It's really grown on me. That's good, because I'm going to be hearing quite a bit of it. Lola will keep the championship. I've no doubt about that, but hopefully that match will be a banger. I think Fatal Influence basically kicked JC out the group. Can't get the job done. Thanks for everything, bye. Gets kicked out the group. She then goes to the main roster. Lola continues as champion. Big match for next weekend. Nice. It's been her music like that for 2 years. Yeah, I know. It's growing on me. Porky Pig said that match is so unpredictable. Kiwi Rob said JC and Lola don't deserve to be in a championship picture. Tyler said it was a good show. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, check out the WWE World List. I'm not interested. It's just going to be everyone. I mean, if you're on the roster, you're going to be at WWE Worlds, aren't you? I mean, you ain't got nothing else to do. So, Wrestlemania weekend, meeting the fans, meet and greets. It's just going to be, yeah. I enjoyed that show, said Wrestling Fan 21. If they do turn on her, do we think she teleports out without getting revenge? No, I think it'd just be I think it'd be a way of her kind of going. I mean, her future would be on the main roster. I suppose in storyline, it would be WWE approach her and go, we want you for the main roster. So does she turn around and say, no, I want to stay in NXT to get revenge? Or does she go, what, you want me on Raw? Yes, I'll do that. And so off she goes. So it's a way of, like, the group continuing without her, or Fallon and Laney continuing without her. It's a way of her kind of going off to the main roster. It's a little bit like when a champion loses their belt and they go to the main roster. You could have the same argument should they not, you know, try and win that belt back. So when she lost at the weekends, I thought she was done. I thought she was out. Kind of felt like she was saying goodbye. But instead, they've managed to give her this rematch first. But, yeah, I could see it being a case that she gets kicked out of that group if that group's not going with her. Because obviously there'd be a question as well, like, where's Laney? Where's Fallon? Why have they not gone up? Why have they stayed behind? So actually, in storyline-wise, you do need some sort of explanation as to why Jace is gone and they haven't. So the way you could do that is, we didn't want her in this group anymore. I don't know that it's going that way. I mean, I think it's a direction it could go. Jay said, is Lola for real? 2022, she was the biggest signing. The year when Cody returned, Gunther got called up, Io and Raquel Solo got called up, joined the Bloodline. Where's that going, Jaden? Did we ever get the NXT class of 2022 picture I sent? It's crazy how many have gone on to big things. I think I don't know if I got a class picture. There was a picture that was doing the rounds of like 4 or 5 of them together. I don't know that was the class that year. There was a picture I saw of 4 or 5 of them. I like her going up without them. Then when they get called up, they can go after JC, says Mayor Pete's. Carmen said, what are your plans for Easter? Didn't do anything, but didn't do anything. I'm trying to think what I did do, actually. We did stand and deliver, and then on Sunday I was just trying to catch up with stuff, and I did did I do an unseen? I think I caught up and did an unseen. I did the community video, so just working. Very lackluster episode that was, said Tribal Chief. Yeah, I would agree. I thought Soul Izzy was pretty good. I thought the big men kind of got a bit lost, went a bit too long. I didn't really understand that. Couldn't find myself really getting into DarkState, Ethan, Ricky, all of that. I kind of liked the end though. I thought Lola did well with her promo. Very confident. JC came out. She's very good as well, because we've seen where the fans are kind of being that vocal. It can really throw performers off. But she was, responding to them, trying to get her points across, trying to increase her volume to go over them, but not in the way that like an Izzy Dame would. I mean, Izzy Dame just talks and talks and talks, and it doesn't really matter what the crowd are doing. If she's getting drowned out, she'll just get drowned out. But with JC, she's like, shut up. I run this division. And it kind of felt good. I thought it was a pretty strong segment, and was not expecting to see JC. And it sets up a very, very tasty match for next week. I'm definitely here for that. JC Lola singles match. Yeah. Revenge as well. I mean, that's good. So that's going to be tasty for next week. I'm going to give tonight a 7.5, said Shining Wizards. I'm giving it an 8, said Carmen. Don't forget, Ulka from Noah is likely to show as well. Maybe Alpha Wolf. What do we think is next for Johnny? Well, I think Johnny's doing something with Alex Shelley. I don't watch Noah, so those names don't mean anything to me. It'll be good to have some new people to do some stuff with. In regards to Johnny, we've seen him backstage with Alex Shelley, and there seems to be a rift between Shelley and Saban. I don't know what's happening there. So definitely feels like back to main roster and doing some up there. Doc Holiday said Shiloh Hill, his energy is Bray Wyatt contagious. He might be my favorite right now. Okay, yeah, I could see that. Made by Dawn said, I didn't see the Dame match. It was pretty good. Community scored it good 99. It was the highest rated match of the night. The big men going at it was good 92. DarkState against Joe, Ethan, Ricky, Tony was good 98. And then our main event, which was Shiloh, Tate and Blake, Jack, that was good 98 as well. Special shout out to Starboy, who I thought looked really good in like the 2 minutes that we saw. So I thought he looked pretty good as well, actually. So yeah, there was some stuff on. This was not a disaster. There was definitely some stuff on this episode, but it's set up the next few weeks with NXT Revenge quite well, I think. So definitely looking forward to that. Sonny said, Daze, first of all, hello. And second of all, it's my birthday in a few days. Well, happy birthday, buds. Happy birthday. Hope you're doing well. Pretty dull show outside of the open and the ends and the last 30 seconds of the Tony D match, said Wrestle Rants. Do you think we'll get those Japanese debuts soon in NXT? I've actually not heard anything about. I've heard that Inamura's the champion, Noah, and there's someone that's going after the belt, and if they win it, then they're looking to bring it to NXT. So if there is word that actually that person is going to go on an excursion to WWE, that would make a lot of sense. So I am under the impression that there is someone coming from Noah. I'm not aware of there being 2 people, though. So that's news to me. I believe it. I I believe it, because there is a relationship there, and we did have Inamura come over and work with Briggs, of course, for a while. So, yeah, I could totally see someone new coming over and being like that next... That Inamura thing, it didn't feel like it was working at first. And then it seemed to click. I think it more clicked as Briggs was starting to get more aggressive and trying to sort of make Inamura go bad, and he wouldn't do it. And then it led to them obviously having a match. And that match... I can't remember where we were, but it was on like a stage. Do you remember that? And the audience were quite far back. Can't remember what that show was, but that was quite a good match actually. So yeah, I mean, I do think there'll be someone coming over from Noah. In regards to Takahashi, I mean, all of that's gone quite quiet. Haven't heard anything on that, but then there's been so much other noise around at the moment. I don't know who's asking the question of what's the latest with Takahashi, what's the latest with Evil, but I mean, they've got to pop up somewhere at some point. So yeah, I would expect to see some movement there in the future, in the near future. Carmen said, Daze, the Super Wrestlers uploaded the show they did in March that I didn't attend. Well, Carmen, feel free to let me know of other shows that you didn't go to that get uploaded. Normally people are like, there was a show I went to and it's been uploaded. It's rare for people to say there's a show I didn't go to and it's been uploaded. But I appreciate you letting me know. Jadam said, stay safe out there. Yes, everyone stay safe. I think that's probably a good place and a nice message to kind of end on. So that was NXT, not the strongest episodes, but certainly better than last week's Smackdown. So yes, we're getting ever closer to that. We do have Evolve tomorrow. We'll watch that. We'll obviously be here for Friday. I'm sure WWE have been trying to figure out how the hell they course correct or, do something to deliver a show that people are going to enjoy. So that is getting ever closer. But yeah, there we go. That's another big show done for this week. And hope you have a good evening. Appreciate everyone that's joined us. And yeah, awesome. Appreciate it. I'll see you next time.